Wonder if your heart reads mine. The pieces fall into place whenever I see your face. You take me higher. I feel the love. Set me on fire. You take me higher. I feel the love. Set me on fire. All I know, I can be me when I'm with you. Energy overflow. Gravity let me go. Now I'm with you, rain or shine, until my veins run dry. I wonder if your heart beats like a drum and reciprocates mine when I'm far away. Yeah. You take me higher. I feel the love. Set me on fire. You are all I desire. You take me higher. I feel the love. Set me on fire. I feel the love. I feel the love. I feel the love. I feel the love.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Configuration updated successfully.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
There's no preamble here. Oh boy, oh boy,
I mean,
oh boy.
It seems like it's 5 minutes early, so it statistically would be. I mean, just talking counts as preamble, so...
There's no preamble to the talking. How about that? Can't wait. Also won't be here at the beginning. Gotta do cross country. Muv's doing cross country. Muv's gotta sleep because they got busy days. Don't be here.
I mean, that seems like it'd be a good little thing to put on. But then again, loud noises turning to look at things that might pop on the screen.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
How y'all doing today? Warm. Why is it so warm?
Because it's that time of the year. It's not time.
No,
to get
it's
cold.
literally not that time. It's supposed to be winding down to get it to cool.
Okay.
I think even
so you want 100 and then 50?
No,
it's
I'd
gotta-
rather everything be around 78. Why are we in the... We were at almost 90 yesterday.
Okay, but it don't matter what you prefer.
I guess not. Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years. Hopefully we won't be here for many more. What's up, Carlo? What do you think of the Frieza new form? Awful.
What do you think of Frieza's new form? What else could it be than trash? Come on now. Okay.
We're not getting into this. We'll get into it if there's time afterwards.
There's not going to be
There's
time.
not gonna be
how
any
long,
time.
How long are we talking about going?
Until we feel like not doing it anymore. I say we at least give it 2.5, maybe 3.
But yeah, no, it's horrible. Black, there's no reason for that. It's just a new form.
There
big,
is
stronger.
never a reason for black.
10 years in the room sphere of time. They're not too concerned about it. They're just like, let him fly away. Goku's not like instant transmission, Kamehameha his head off or anything while he's super weak. Nothing. No, they just don't care once he flies away. It's a big problem that he can go into the room and get that much stronger. Whatever. Nobody cares. So who cares? Hey, it's awesome. See you in a couple months because who knows when it's coming back. Hopefully never.
I wonder what they need time to research or prepare for the next arc.
I don't
'Cause
know.
it's 1 monthly, and it's less than typical 4 chapters a month would be. So I don't know what they're preparing for, especially since the end of this arc was so...
It's not like they have to tie anything back into anything. They don't have to research.
Who can we bring back?
It's
That's
good.
what-
It's all just who
Black
can we
Vader
bring
come
back? Or in what's a obscure breakfast food that we can make a villain? That's all it's gonna be. And who's gonna give us? Granola was horrible. I hated Granola mostly because he's nothing. Frieza rocks up. He don't even turn his head.
Call me a conspiracy theorist, but I believe in Dragon Ball. Drizzt Gumball Z. I'm not reading the rest of that. It's already over. We are all ready for the worst video ever. This video is the moment. Oh no!
I mean, we finished the Triggered video months ago, so I don't know what you're waiting for, because that's the worst video ever. Mark my words, it's never gonna get worse.
There's a pinned comment in the list.
I pinned it.
That says it will never be worse, and it was from last year.
Oh no, I didn't pin the new Triggered one.
No, you didn't pin the new Triggered.
That's fine. No, I was young back then, naive.
Black Frieza. Yep. I hope everyone has a good day. Having to wait for One Piece chapter release is the worst. Blame you if you didn't want to revisit all these fools. I would have just waited for it to end. Now I'm caught up for the first time in 20 years. Ooh, you shouldn't have did that. There's always that great feeling of there's like 50 One Piece chapters ahead for me.
But now there's just not. And catching up is really bad, especially since there's a break next week. So that's a big rip.
Is there? I called it. We're not getting the girl until near the end of September. Not gonna lie, I forgot to stream. What's happening? You can continue to forget and leave. I haven't been current in One Piece since Shonen Jump gave up on the monthly US release. Yeah. Just playing around with the bat. So I'm probably gonna have to leave once the stream gets started. Need to go to bed soon. Go to bed.
Yeah, that's no
What's
problem.
up, Posse?
We're gonna be here. You'll have all of tomorrow to watch this one, and then we'll finish up whatever we didn't do on Saturday.
Aokiji had the best review. I saw my Zero Suit Samus and Roy Amiibo. They look awesome. The Amiibos never look awesome.
I got my Isabel, and that's literally it. I don't want Robin. I'm fine.
Thanks for the re-up of membership, Hollis. Don't do it. Hi, how are you, bums? A drip stream on my birthday. Look, why are you here? It's your birthday. A bit louder. Do you mean we're a bit loud, or we should turn ourselves up?
Turn my mic up. got my Isabel, and that's literally it. I don't want.
I mean, it sounds.
I'm
So,
fine.
thanks for the re-up of membership, Hollis. Don't do it.
Maybe turn it down just a
Yeah,
little bit.
I heard that little.
You could definitely see just talking normally is getting redlined.
Okay.
We haven't been here for weeks, y'all. We got to get back into the swing of things.
Do we? Can't we just leave?
Yeah, that's way too loud.
Yeah, why is it so high?
That's a question you should be asking yourself.
I wonder if I did it when I was doing something with Mike gameplay wise, and that looks a little better.
Oh, hell no.
Hey guys, needed this. So if y'all remember, I wasn't in the last one 4 times. I can't finish this one. The Sanji slander is ungodly.
Oh no, you know that's a fact because
It's like an hour and a half
of just Sanji crap.
All right,
That's the. Oh, I can't. Thank you for the super chat.
I want to play Digimon Survive.
Yeah, that looks really good.
All right.
Really quick, let's just do a quick clap check.
I want to play.
I'm gonna do a clap check, y'all. Cover your ears if you don't like loud noises. Clap check. I'm gonna do a clap check, y'all. Cover your ears if you don't like loud noises.
That sounded pretty good. Are you looping the loop?
Fine.
What's up, Mean? Fanboy, Triton, Carlo, Hollis, Hope, Raul, Meme, Hanson, Hyde, Blaze. Oh, there's so many of y'all. Jet. Oh, there's so many of y'all. Posse. Forever. Peon. JCJ, happy birthday. Go, leave. Ramen. Me.
I'm not looking forward to this.
Who
Jet Black
could?
J says, "Rip after we're done with trash anime since Berserk was surprisingly good."
I've been hearing really good things about the return of Berserk. Really, really good things. I forgot y'all bums were streaming today. You can keep forgetting.
Yeah, it was
Spring.
what was voted for. What can we do? It is what it is.
Dragon Ball Super manga happened. It's trash. We already talked about it.
Yeah.
Thoughts on a recent One Piece chapter? I'm pissed that Yamato ain't on the crew. I always figured that he was a little too strong.
That was always
too
my
strong.
thing. Always just way too strong.
Honestly, the mic.
I'm
quality,
fine. I'm fine with it.
Let's turn it down a little bit more then. And if Drizzt is too loud, just let us know. I'll just adjust it on the fly. Yeah, like I said, he said, we haven't been here in a minute. So settings might be a little goofy. Alright.
I saw Dragon Ball Superhero and I did not
Why?
like it. I needed to know.
Why?
And you know we're gonna start hitting this soon, so
Dang! Why'd you say that part?
you know that.
You said the quiet part loud.
We got to.
No, we don't.
Well, people are bumping it. That piece of Masako X, like,
Dude, I don't know what's
Cell
going on.
Max was perfect. Like, really?
Alright, I've turned the mic down quite a bit, so if it's still just kind of, just let me know. Let's get into this stupid thing. Oh, we haven't even done all the stuff we need to do. We are talking about Drizzt's The Downfall of One Piece series, the latest episode of it, which is covering Whole Cake Island. I looked into the description to see if it was the Reverie as well, and it is not, and I was happy.
It's all just timestamps. No description really.
Okay.
Join his Discord if you want.
Hey, Carrot hasn't joined yet. It's happening. It's big happening. Oh, I can't wait. How can Moxico get Cell Max and Perfect Cell mixed up?
He was just saying that it's perfect, that he is the big monster and not a... I watched a bit of the video and he said that we don't want another repeat of Frieza where he comes in his own movie and he kind of sucks. But then the later time he comes in, he's better. That's what we want. So the next time we get Cell, it's going to be even... I'm like, Masako. goodness gracious.
But he's a big, just hulking monster. He's not even Cell at that point. You might as well have Horadon or whatever that monster
Horadon.
from 13 was.
Mark starting Bleach, yeah, that's gonna be. It's gonna be spicy.
It's gonna be spicy.
Don't ask for it.
Don't ask for it.
If we do it, we'll do it on our own volition. Don't ask for it. Forgot about this.
Deep within a bleak and dismal
One
swamp.
thing that I am going to do is, because last time I wanted to make a comment going, hey, here's all the problems wrong with this thing. But I would have to rewatch it.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to do that. So,
Fair.
what I'm going to do is, if I see something egregious, I'm just going to put a timestamp on my phone and then do that later for the comment. That's the
You're gonna
the
comment
big
on his
brain
actual
stuff.
video?
Yeah, uh-huh,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Especially the stuff where... 'cause
Carrot
most
is
of
mid
it-
as hell. Who are you talking about? Sorry to cut you off, but who are you talking about? Can't be our Carrot from One Piece. You must be talking about Usopp's friend from earlier in the... You know what? He didn't have much of a personality because could not be talking about Le Bunny Carrot.
She's so good. In
She's
Whole
so good. Oh, people are big mad about Yamato. Big mad. I take no pleasure in Yamato not joining, just like I take no pleasure if it was a choice between the two and Carrot got in.
If this is what people wanted, it's inoffensive. Unlike Jinbei, I poop on the people that wanted Jinbei and they got him.
Yeah.
But Yamato is inoffensive
And
too.
rereading
I like
this,
Yamato.
rereading this arc, I need to know how he got away.
Yeah, that's bad. That's still bad.
Hidden beneath its murky waters lies the headquarters of the most sinister villains of all time. A Legion of Doom.
Okay, here's a bit of a problem with your intro, Drizzt. There is no Legion, it is you. If you had a group of haters dedicated to dismantle, not even haters, just even former fans or current fans dedicated to dismantling or critically looking at the issues of One Piece, that'd be something. You are just a guy. You are not the Emperor. You are not Lex Luthor. You are not the Joker.
Thing to do, just re-record the voice, and just make it whatever you want at that time. That's all you need to do.
I don't know if he can do voices.
It don't matter if he can do voices, just do it, or get somebody else to do it. He commissioned Homeboy for the rap, or just ass. I don't know. That was horrible though.
What's
So
up,
maybe
Arcadia?
not.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
Whole Cake Island was a very controversial arc, which is something you'd know if you were in the community back then.
Pause.
If you go,
I was in the community. I didn't know that, but I'm not really in the community. I just hear rumblings, and I never really heard of anything. People going, it's bad.
Yeah.
A flattering and descriptive noun for Hope says. He's the undisputed king of slander.
Yes, of course. Let's never forget that. He
That's
made
how I
it in the
gotta- yeah,
videos, and the
that's
community
gotta-
frowned, and that's how I'm gonna dress it right now. Yeah, that's Joy Boy. This guy, and it's not even a definitive. It's a question mark. He could be ranting about certain things within the arc. He could be ranting about the arc as a whole. I don't know exactly what this video is about, so I don't know how derisive it is.
I feel like a lot of people that didn't like Whole Cake glommed on to Oda saying that it was going to be the year of Sanji, and Sanji didn't get a big Zoro-like moment where he's just big boss and some. He's just basically the main character of the arc. Really quick, not gonna lie, I probably couldn't finish this one because this was my first piece of One Piece all the way back in 2016. Whole Cake Island?
Really?
That's interesting. Yeah, I understand people wanting to get into it where it's currently at, and then maybe even retroactively going back if you enjoy it to other stuff. But I always feel like that's a bit of a double-edged sword, because if you like the stuff now is not what One Piece was. So you're not gonna get those types of things until it gets to an area that is more familiar to what current.
Yeah,
One
there's a
Piece is.
YouTuber that I watch called Emish, and he started One Piece in Marineford, and he's like, if I like it, I'll go back and watch the whole thing like I did with Dragon Ball. And then he watched Marineford. He watched a little bit of Shaba Odi, and then he watched Stampede. No, he watched Stampede in the middle of watching Marineford, and he's like, I got spoiled that Ace and Whitebeard are dead. I'm like, well,
Yeah, that's goofy.
What are you come on now. You didn't get spoiled this.
Go on YouTube now, you'll find old videos from, at the time, popular content creators that were made in response to the community's back and forth war on the arc.
Pause. You'll find that with anything.
Yeah, you can also find just as many, if not more, people going, it's the best arc, it's one of the best arcs, it's amazing, blah, blah, blah.
I'm sure you can find a couple videos going Marineford is trash.
I would raise my hand there, because I don't think it's trash, but I don't think it's a very good arc.
Yeah, I'm the same way. But yeah, this doesn't mean that it's controversial. It just means that a couple people didn't like it and they're YouTubers. And do they speak for the community? Do they speak for a large number of the community, or is this just their opinions? One of them was it was underrated. So that's not really a hate thing. It's just it's not rated properly for that person. Was that Mr. Moore?
Jet Black J says,
don't go back.
Miruko-chan, fantastic wholesome horror manga. Pet Shop of Horrors, great horror manga. Blackbird, good romance manga. And Kuchi ga Saketemo Kimi ni really good. Also Drizzt is a -10. Let's dip.
All right, you heard him.
Again, Liar
we out here.
Sasuke, greater sign, Miracle.
I like
Chan.
Miracle-chan better. Whatever. We're gonna have this war one day. Yeah. I would prefer not to do this, but I didn't read Whole Cake for nothing, even though I greatly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
This is the same thing that happened with me in Dressrosa, where I was just like, I was always okay with Cavendish, and not really started to like him. Mm-hmm. Big Mom was always one of my favorites. Now it's just like, she's top 5, legitimately. One Piece character.
She's fantastic.
I love Big Mom too much.
Dude, I wonder if it's just... How many One Piece fans became One Piece fans when there were like 300-400 episodes to catch up on? And the weekly grind is what they really don't like about One Piece. Because there's so many times where you hear, oh, I hated reading Dressrosa weekly, but reading it in batch, I love it. And I wonder if it was the same thing for Whole Cake Island, where weekly they're just like, ugh.
I think that is where Drizzt said that he caught up.
Hey, so I just want to say that I appreciate you guys for doing it Revisited, because I just watched Nux's video on Deku and it was horrible. He has a video. It must be an old video.
Yeah, I don't remember that video.
Never heard of any of these mangas. I've heard of quite a few of them. Miracle-chan is good. I just prefer Liar Sasuke Can See Death. The premise isn't exactly the same, but it's what?
Deku officially sucks, transitioning into Deku is actually awesome. Good thing.
That's
Good
just
job.
like, no,
Nuts.
Black Clover was always kind of good, y'all. Alright, thanks.
As times passed, though, the narrative behind a Whole Cake changed from one of controversy to now being called a masterpiece, which is quite the start.
People using those big flowery words to make things amazing. It's not that.
Right,
I would not
52
call Whole
seconds
Cake
in.
Island a masterpiece. I think it's a tremendous arc.
You will always get people calling things a masterpiece. Somebody will call New Fishman Island a masterpiece.
Thematic masterpiece.
What does it matter if what people think about this arc, Drizzt? What does it matter? I love it. It's my favorite arc in all of One Piece. I don't think it's a masterpiece. There was one moment.
Dude, I've always said that Whole Cake Island was top 5, but it went way up. Rereading it, that is a fantastic arc.
But at a certain point, Sanji leaves his room and somebody's just sleeping in his bed, and he just goes, "Oh, I guess I fell asleep," and he goes back to sleep. I'm like, "Who is that dude? What is he doing there?" That's just lazy. Come on now. That stuff like that where it doesn't
super convenient.
Yeah, it takes away from the masterpiece level of it. But yeah, it doesn't matter what nebulous people out there think, Drizzt. And that's my first timestamp. And that's what I'm going to say.
Contrast. In the third installment of the Downfall series, I'm going to take a look at Whole Cake, break it down.
So, you see where he goes, people had problems with it. Look back at these 4-year-old videos, but now people are saying that's a masterpiece. And he didn't show anything saying that it was a masterpiece. Not a comment, not a Reddit post, not a Twitter thread, nothing. Cool, Drizzt. Cool.
and show you why I think it contributes to my opinions on the time skip and One Piece's continual fall from grace.
This is his best thumbnail.
I'd like to clarify
Yes, absolutely.
that I'm only covering the source material in this video, which is the manga. Starting in Whole Cake and being more notable in Wano, the anime for One Piece starts to separate itself from the manga and become its own thing, in the way that
Triton
it
Morris
changes.
says, DA, why are you going to comment? He won't see it. So why bother?
Other people will see it.
Yes.
And he's been responding a little bit. I strolled through the comments because at one point Leo was just like, somebody said a whole big thread, and I wanted to take a picture of it so I can remember who it was so I can read it later. And I saw he was commenting on people's things. I'm like, oh, he's doing the darn thing.
And adds onto the story. As per usual, spoilers for the series are ahead, so you've been
I
warned.
should hope so.
Let's begin.
Okay. My heart fell because I thought we were getting music. Fail.
The Year of Sanji is something that you've all probably heard of. Even for the new generation of the One Piece fandom, people who caught up in Wano, I imagine it's been thrown around in conversation if you've been a part of it. This is the phrase Oda coined heading into Whole Cake as a means of hyping it up. It was the confirmation to what we all expected at the time, which was that we were getting a Sanji
Persona 5 music.
centric arc. And by that virtue, what happens with Sanji is one of the most important aspects of the arc, which is pretty obvious. If you have a character arc, then what's integral to its success is how things go with that character and what surrounds them. It's here with Sanji where we will begin because there's a lot to unpack with him. And to get to the origin of Sanji discussion, we have to turn back the pendulum a bit to Zou and what caused him to leave and be in this situation in the first place. Here are the circumstances. Capone shows Sanji the invite to the tea party, but Sanji refuses to go. Capone and Vito force Sanji's hand by whispering in his ear that if he doesn't cooperate, something bad might happen to Zeph, and then off he goes. Luffy's group arrives on Zou, beating up with Nami's, and they have a discussion. Nami's group...
Synopsis thing, huh? No, you didn't have to pause.
Was Zeph mentioned there?
I don't believe so. I did not read.
Zou in anticipation.
I did not.
No.
It doesn't matter if it was or wasn't. I don't believe it, though.
But if you're just doing a synopsis, you'd think it'd be super easy to go.
You're a big mom, yup. That's what it was.
Decade of Big Mom.
is aware that Sanji could have saved himself if he wanted to. There is the implication that something is going on that made him act the way that he did. Zoro pins the blame on Sanji for being in the situation to begin with, and says that they are on the path to a direct war with Kaido, and Sanji going off and potentially angering Big Mom is something that only endangers the crew. And so, we get to the first topic of discussion. Was the writing of Sanji's situation and decision to leave good? That makes
Hey, your grammar wasn't good because you're not supposed to have a comma there.
it seem like a weird question to ask, but this was something that was talked about a lot in Whole Cake's discourse. At that time, knowing the imminent threat of Kaido and the trajectory of the crew heading into conflict with him, does Sanji make a smart decision to leave the crew? Sanji doesn't know how things are going to pan out with Big Mom or how long it will take. It's entirely possible that while Sanji is gone, the crew will be forced to fight a man down. The issue that some people have with this situation is that there is disappointment in Sanji not considering the other option of ignoring the invitation completely.
Pause. That is a very difficult thing to do because then you got a Yonko coming after you. You have the potential of we might have to go against Kaido right now, but you have the definite of this is somebody who's in direct contact with a Yonko, Capone, and you tearing up the invitation. They're gonna be like, okay, go on back, and then they're gonna come over here and raise the. There isn't really an option.
Yonko and the German 66.
Yonko, Germa, plus you got the whole Zeph thing, where if you're threatening Zeph, you know they know about Zeph, they know where he is, they know how to get him. So he can go, the old man that raised me and taught me everything that I've known.
He can just die.
He can just die, and then Big Mom and all of her crew can potentially come after us as we're fighting Kaido. Or I could just go, handle it, and then come back. Hopefully.
And then
If
even
not,
when he's there, he just goes, well, I'll just sacrifice myself so
Yes.
everybody else is cool.
worst case, they're one man down instead of one Yonko up.
That's a great way to put it.
Drizzt is such a bum. Yep, just no need to clarify or anything. It's just, yep, he is, no matter what he just said.
Oh, yeah, and
Yeah,
Zoe
just
would
kill my
probably
dad.
end up getting attacked because
Yeah.
that's the last place they know where the Straw Hats were.
Because Capone is right there. He can leave a Vivre card there and a single person
Hey,
in the woods.
I love Capone.
Capone is.
I
I
love
don't see how he
Capone.
wasn't higher in the ranks.
The same reason Brooke wasn't. These pieces don't know about Year of Brooke.
Oven got Chiffon and he's just like, yeah, come back. And Chiffon's like, no, leave me. He's like, okay, cool. And he just shoots him and just like, I'm not going anywhere, motherfucker. Shoots him from way over on his ship. I'm like, Capone.
Baby and R. It's like,
Capone.
hey, I'm going to say yo mama. Capone is it. Mad Monk, where you at?
Ignore invite equals the death of Zoe. Yep. Again, they are on Zoe. Big Mom's crew is essentially on Zoe.
Zev, don't know that guy. Didn't read pre-time skip.
Maybe it would have been possible for Sanji to just place his faith in Luffy and his friends to solve everything if a problem were to arise.
Pause.
You're already...
Luffy is not there yet.
Nope.
So Capone goes, he didn't get the invite. He said no. All right, cool. We coming over there. As they're coming over there, they meet up with the Straw Hats coming there as well. They raise that ship as they're unaware, and then the ship is already
Naki Hollis
down.
says, he could have not gone. The first thing we were told about Big Mom is that not very the devil himself would refuse Big Mom. Not to even mention they now and can kill his real dad stupid.
Yeah, that is. It was just like you don't turn down Big Mom. And again, they're half the crew down. You're looking at somebody who's a contemporary with Luffy. Capone was a supernova. So you got his whole crew as well. You're in the middle of the forest. You can't call for the minks. They take off Nami's head. You can't do anything about it. It's already done. It's already rolling. There was no other option.
It's so odd because I had a thought. It was good. It was a good thought.
Oh, you
It's
say
gone.
so.
It's lifted. Shut up. Hold on. Give me a second. Going there. Invite. It's gone. It's gone. Big rip.
going to fight Kaido. Who cares about Big Mom sort of vibe. That was a thought at the time, and it's an idea that rides...
Who cares about Big Mom?
What type of vibe? What type of stupid? Could you go back? Our master
Fight Kaido.
is an emperor of the pirate world, one of the four in existence, Big Mom. If she says you die, you die. This is advice for your own good. Every choice risks your own life. If you want to live on this sea without affiliating with anyone, then your best bet would be
not to
disobey. Words got a little small there.
Yeah.
It's right there. You're showing the thing, Drizzt. Oh, he does this a lot. I don't doubt it.
Who cares about Big Mom sort of vibe.
Hi Zeldonix
That-
says, I tried to get my cat to watch live with me, but she doesn't like the video. Even my cat knows his video is garbage.
That poor cat. Well, that cat's living his best life. He ain't got to be here. Or she.
That was a thought at the time, and it's an idea that rides off of something Robin said earlier in Zoe.
I remember what I was gonna say. You can put your trust in your friends, but there's also a smart part of your brain that goes, they cannot handle this situation. We'll figure it out another time. Yes. Luffy did it on Shaba Odi. We cannot beat these people. Run away and we'll figure it out later. Sometimes it's just not gonna be. And going up against two Yonkos before you learn in basically anything is not the move.
Plus, you're away from your father figure. You're essentially 2 C's away from your father figure, who they've got a mark on. So you just have to hope that they don't kill him. And everybody on the Baratier.
Which is that she had strong friends and it doesn't matter who comes after her. And I was someone who used to be in this crowd, although for different reasons than what I just said. I would make the case, in Sanji's defense, that it's because Big Mom is the new urgent threat that he had no choice but to leave. If Sanji ignores Capone and tells him to screw off, and the Straw Hats go to Wano because Kaido is their priority, this gives Big Mom all the time in the world to strike back and do good on her threat against Zeph, leaving the Straw Hats no recourse or way.
Also on the Straw Hats themselves, as they're traveling to Zou or to Wano, or right now, he calls up, let's say Baron Tamago, he sends that over to Big Mom, and Big Mom just goes, all right, kill whoever you can in that crew. Then what? Then you're fighting the Capone crew. When they've already been like, yeah, we got these poison weapons, we got Big Father, we got cannons, we got untold number of people that can just pop out at any time.
Mink's already hurt.
To back Sanji up outside of voluntarily bringing Big Mom into the fight of Wano somehow. Or backtracking on their journey to maybe defend Zeph on a threat that they don't know when Big Mom might fulfill, which stalls the journey. Sanji trying to take things into his own hands seems like the most logical decision. The writing here isn't perfect though. There are some elements you could bring up, like Sanji's unrealistic expectation of the crew not worrying and then pursuing him, given how he left in a really dramatic way. But the intent is that
What could he do?
Yeah. He knew the crew would worry.
Yeah. There's nothing that you can do in that situation. You're going over to a Yonko's territory under a huge threat. You can only say, don't worry. And they're gonna worry.
I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, well, hereby dub you, Drizzt the drag down.
On point.
Also, Sanji was right. Luffy couldn't beat Big Mom. He could barely beat her strongest son.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought we were joking about how casual she put up her arm.
It was mad casual.
She
It was
legit started
disgusting.
cackling and the smile never fading.
One arm. And then that was another thing where Drizzt was like, in the last video, Drizzt was like, he didn't live up to his promise to not run away from Yonkos or Admirals or anything. And he's getting dragged away. He goes, one punch and I'm gonna be back. So back then he was lying.
Sanji feels like he's playing it off with how his letter was written. All in all, I think it works well enough as a plot device. It's hard to deny that this entire section does a good job at building up drama and intrigue into the next arc. What is an issue, however, isn't Sanji's decision, but the writing of the atmosphere surrounding Sanji on his way to Totland and his behavior. It ends up being questionable to say the least. Sanji's plan is that he's going to go there, tell his family and Big Mom that he's not getting married, and then somehow get back home to the Straw Hats. By this point in time, Sanji's already been threatened with Zeph's life if he doesn't obey.
Okay, we're gonna have to see if they threaten Zeph at this point. Because his entire argument is, the crux of his argument is this.
Well, it doesn't matter if they said it on screen. Sanji knows.
But no, did they threaten Zeph, or did they threaten the Straw Hats, or whoever was around, or whatever
it
was
looks
around?
like they're just whispering, and we don't know what they said until later with the Zeph thing.
But when he brings up Zeph, Judge brings up Zeph, and Sanji is shocked. Which is why I'm like, did he even say Zeph there? Sorry, y'all, we gotta look this up.
Ooh, yeah. May I attribute that to this man's corrupting influence? And Sanji goes, what?
Yeah, I don't think he... Or did he whisper the name of his family to his ear? Something like that. I don't think he ever threatened Zeph in this moment. Yeah, we're looking through the chapters and stuff.
Big Mom's connections run very far and very deep. I was told that you had been keeping a residence at this man's establishment until roughly 2 years ago. We've already pinpointed his current location as well as the C in his restaurant's name. So why would he be telling Sanji that if he was already told that? I do not believe that they told him about Zeph in that moment.
I don't either.
Just to attend the party, which would give any
Anyway,
normal...
pause real quick. What you say that it's illogical for Sanji to just rock up and just go, I don't want to do this. He doesn't know how rational Big Mom is. He doesn't know how if his family changed or not. He doesn't have many options. He's not going to go in there and fight his way out. He's going to say, I don't want to do this, and then see what happens. He's going to lay out the cards of, this is something that I don't want to do. I'm under duress. Is there any way that we can smooth this out? I see nothing wrong with that. Because his only other option is don't go or go in guns a-blazing, and you're going into guns a-blazing into literal Yonko territory.
Jinbei went to go separate from the Big Mom pirates, and he knew all about that wheel.
Yeah.
So it stands to reason that he knows that people can request to leave. So there's nothing to go that Big Mom would be so irrational of just like, no, you. Just try it.
Zay Money Artist says, hey Triggered, what about just stop criticisms about Demon Slayer? Just Stop has good criticisms.
I understand.
Maybe he means what about Triggered?
No, that seems like, hey Triggered.
Yeah.
What about
yeah.
We're not triggered.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
We're not triggered. You asked Triggered about that. I don't know what Triggered thinks about that, even though I know what Triggered thinks about that.
You shouldn't have sent me that clip.
Enough reason to think that maybe they won't take no for an answer. On top of that, Sanji also has to deal with his shithead family that he has no faith in to uphold anything in his favor. It doesn't make sense for Sanji's situation to have been changed from Zou, where it was obvious Sanji was in deep shit and a hostage, to
wait, why now? That would be the Germa. Invoking the name. You think I know or care about your family issues? That's what.
Sanji was in deep shit and
What's holding up the Just Stop interview? Our father dying.
That's a little bit of a stop sign right there.
Yeah, I was planning to put out 2 or 3 things this month, and then no.
a hostage to one where Sanji is big chillin' and thinks things will just work out. It's a pretty big mood swing from the drama of Zou to Sanji relaxing on Big Mom's ship.
No,
And
see, that's only because you think Zeph was threatened as opposed to his family's name being invoked.
And also the fact that he left with a smile. He left with a chilling attitude. Just like, yeah, I'm chill. You know, I'm coming back after I meet this girl. It's a facade of chill. It's just like, what? I'm gonna talk to them, and I don't necessarily think this is a really good criticism, Drizzt. None of that condolences stuff. We passed it.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that, all right?
Yeah, we done went through the funeral this week. It's done.
Though this whole thing about the theme of fatherhood and who's it's kind of rough.
Oh, hell no.
Well, thank you for your condolences, Triggered.
So we were accused to be a trigger. The triggered alert comes up, and we're saying no to condolences. So trigger goes, oh hell no! It's so perfect. Thanks for the super chat.
And it continues on from that point. Sanji's never really stressed out or
No, dark jokes. We don't give a it's not too soon. We're done.
Yeah, it's done. We were joking the day it happened.
We were joking the day it happened. We were joking at the funeral.
Yeah, it's that's how we get through this stuff. We
Oh
can either
yeah,
shut it down or
I'm good now, Zay.
Chris
I
the
was
Chilled says,
Omega.
Judge
Six.
shown Zeph's bounty to threaten Sanji to marry Pudding.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what it was.
Yep, we looked that up, and he's just wrong.
No, but it's not that we're cold. It's what our father would do.
Yeah. You can either be mad, sad about it, or you can try to find some sort of jokiness in it, and that's just the type of people that we are.
And we were mad, sad at points, and then we were mad, jokey at points.
has
How do
anything
we like
melted.
JJK now that you can understand the way the basement did? You know what? With the whole theme of dying and understanding death, yo, maybe it's time for a revisiting of JJK to finally appreciate it.
Oh.
Ugh.
Going on until the Vinsmokes push him to his limit. The situation itself isn't really worrying to Sanji, even though it should be. This is only the beginning.
Should be
absolutely-
based on what we as the audience know.
And it is. urgent.
Worrying
to him because he's going. He's
Yeah.
on the ship. So
If he wasn't worried at all about it, he'd just go off them.
He doesn't have a plan, so his only plan is I'm just gonna talk it out and see what happens.
Of odd behavior though, because Oda picks up on it the next time we see Sanji, which is several chapters after this point in time, where he's in a room with Reiju. We see Sanji ask Reiju when she's gonna leave him alone, and he tells her that he cut ties with quote-unquote you people a long time ago. When you get later into the arc, it becomes weird looking back at this interaction between them. The last time that Sanji saw Reiju, she had been the one to give him his freedom. She cried for him.
Absolutely, but she is still within this organization. He doesn't know if she's a spy for them. He doesn't know
If she's changed.
If she's changed. He doesn't know if this was an act.
I mean, she's the one that put the in cuffs on him at some point.
Within this scene. No, it was after this. After they fought. After Judge fought him. But yeah.
Balance Breaker 777 says, "Mad respect for your viewpoints on death and respect."
Yeah, I mean, death is death.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it.
And this is both the parents are down now, so it's about done now. Hopefully for the next couple years, so we're done. What do you mean, you people?
Said he'd find a better life and people who treat him right. And Reiju has a history of taking care of Sanji. Sanji even says that he doesn't care about.
But she was also implicit in the making fun and the mocking and the beatings and all that. She didn't stop it.
She even said during it that I only laugh so they don't make fun of me or attack me.
I can understand some resentment when this is assumedly the first person that he's seeing of the Germa clan, and he's like, what the do you people want with me? I cut ties with you guys. She is a part of you guys because she's still within the Germa.
But anyone other than Reiju when he visits her in the medical
to obey Judge's orders, but he doesn't know that right now.
Later on in the arc. Maybe it's just Sanji being difficult, but I don't think it's bad to assume or to expect that Sanji should have thought of Reiju differently than how he treats her here. He already knows she's different from the rest of the family. It'd probably make more sense for him to act this way if there was a plotline or scene where Sanji is unsure of Reiju. After all these years. Being unsure...
Isn't that a reason to be unsure of it? Because it's been all these years? 13 years or some odd?
I don't see what's the issue with Sanji acting like that. Legitimately. She is here smiling while he is under duress. He doesn't want to be here. She's not like, yo, let's get you out of here. She's like, yo, what up, bro? I'm like...
that Reiju...
If you're saying that Sanji should have acted differently, wouldn't that also say that Reiju should have acted differently? But she's acting like a typical Germa.
Who hasn't been corrupted makes sense. But this isn't present, so it comes off as a bit odd.
Meme Spice says, "Sorry that your dad died the same day DBZ joined Fortnite."
Oh, dude. All those people trying to say Kamehameha, it gives me life.
It's horrible.
The came
They don't know.
How hard is it to look up how to say the word? You are a prominent content creator. Don't be foolish.
Reiju probably also reminds him a lot of the trauma. Yeah, absolutely. I don't see a problem with
I don't think it's unfair to think that Sanji should have acted differently, but it's also not unfair to go, hey, these people are pieces of and I'm still upset about it. What's up, Mary? The Kami Mama. Where's Trigger Senpai? Over there.
Over there. He's somewhere over there.
Yeah, that content.
No, that's dead. We're not doing Trigger no more. That's dead. Dead zone.
Sanji isn't alone in that behavior, though. Reiju is also acting pretty sus.
Okay, never
She
mind.
tries to convince Sanji to accept his fate and bloodline, and just...
Okay then, so why wouldn't he act that way if she's acting like a typical Germa?
Accept this. You're here to be married off. Accept it. No. Why are you so cold? Why is Sanji
Take
acting like
advantage
that?
of your royal blood and enjoy life.
to live a happy life with the Vinsmokes. But this isn't how she feels or is what she wants.
Hey, but there's a bunch of servants and other people around, so maybe she's not acting how she wants to act.
And also, she's under the orders of Judge, which is what she stated.
I get the impression that characters in this arc don't act in character because Oda wants to continue playing a game of whose side are they really on for the readers. We don't spend too long with Sanji and Reiju before Judge shows up and is introduced. I find it odd that Oda chose to off-screen Sanji's first meeting with his family, to be honest. Even more odd is that it's revealed to us that Sanji beat up Yonji off-screen, which is an order of magnitude worse than off-screening Sanji meeting his family for the first time. This was not only a mistake to off-screen, but it was a huge mistake for it to happen at all. Considering how much of an asshole the Vinsmokes end up being, Sanji beating up and serving one of his douchebag brothers is definitely something you would want to show the fans, especially if you don't have any plans to show it happening at any other point in the arc.
But he did throw a kick at Niji, and he knocked him down, and Niji adjusted his jaw. And then they got up and started, I forget exactly what happened, but they got up and started some sequence of, I think that was when they were in front of the big vats. But something happened where they were just like, nah, and then they all beat him up.
Oh, hell no.
I kind of want to add an as there. Reiju is just as bad as her family. Literally say, let us all die, say the words monsters. She included herself in that. Think Drizzt. Yeah, she saw herself as a monster as well. Worse than not seeing the family meeting. Yeah, the big kick.
Yeah, he kicked him. I understand wanting to see it, but...
Yeah,
this isn't necessarily a bad
Jane, it's really weird because he doesn't, he hates how long things take to get to things, but he also hates how many things are just off screen and not shown to the audience. So it seems very much like he just wants the things he doesn't consider good or streamlined cut out and to insert things that he does care or want to see.
Yeah, Yonji does high-key suck.
It was often theorized.
You know what? And with an ad, with a super chat or a tip, that would be smart.
As this arc was
Not
ending,
watching
that
this, get this
Sanji
outta
would
here.
fight Ichiji or Niji. And if something like that had happened, off-screening Yonji as a writing decision wouldn't matter because the audience would end.
It did happen.
He did fight them.
He did happen. Don't know what you talking
He
about.
fought them physically and ideologically.
Up getting something better later on, since each
I guess he just wanted a big knockdown drag out fight.
I don't know why.
I am also super shocked at how few fights there were in Whole Cake.
Yeah, it was basically none.
I think you
A
could.
flattering and descriptive noun for Hope says. More but better but faster, but only what I want, never what I don't want. It got to
Yep.
match my fan fiction. It's one of the
Only
three
what
PS.
I want. What I want, and that's the good stuff, because I want it.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Are you looking up the chapter?
It's 8:40. He kicks Niji, and he goes to get him again, and then Ichiji grabs him from behind and hits him in the back, and throws him down. It happened in 8:40, Drizzt.
Chapter
What's the
8.
timestamp? 9:30. Excellent.
You're really times that.
He's wrong.
Yeah, Drizzt just wants to see the fight scene and not the story. I think because he does say, I think he's one of those people that says that Marineford is peak One Piece. And if that's the case, yeah, he wants them big fights, big moments. Sanji would have bodied all his brothers by himself. They are not that strong. Absolutely not. They hyped the German up like they're some type of monster. He would have pieced them bastards up.
And he did.
Ichiji/Niji are, stronger opponents. More importantly, the implication of Sanji beating Yonji is completely lost on the narrative.
Could you go
and
back?
Why?
I just wanted to hear all of that.
if something like that had happened, any other point in the arc. It was often theorized as this arc was ending that Sanji would fight Ichiji or Niji. And if something like that had happened, off-screening Yonji as a writing decision wouldn't matter because the audience would end up getting something better later on, since Ichiji/Niji are, stronger opponents.
Pause.
More.
Okay, so this is a theory, and it didn't happen, so why are you talking about it? Doesn't matter that they didn't fight him because it's just a theory. Number two, prove that Ichiji and Niji are stronger than Yonji. What feats do you have to that? Now, I ain't no power scaler. That's over there. That ain't me. But I can't say definitively that Ichiji and Niji are
T-Rex
that much
525
stronger
says,
than
they
Yonji.
viewed Sanji as trashed for their whole life. You think one fight is enough to change their twisted mindset?
Yeah, I don't know what a fight would exactly prove. I think him saving them says a lot more about changing their mind.
Yeah.
Because then they go off to help Sanji multiple times after that.
And you really just can't say nothing after this man saved your life. You ain't got shit to say. Why has he lifted all his best strength?
He didn't have to save their life, but he did. Even though y'all constantly treat him like trash.
Also, this arc just reminded me of how much I want carried on that shit.
Yes, it's bad.
It's big bad. She literally just slots in as the little sister in Luffy and Chopper little brother status. She just needs to be there.
Importantly, the implication of Sanji beating Yonji is completely lost on the narrative, and it's lost on the Vinsmokes themselves.
How so?
The act of Sanji beating Yonji alone should discredit everything that Germa believed in the Sanji they knew growing up.
He kicked him once.
Yeah, we don't know the situation. He could have been like, hey, brother, and then got a kick in the face. We don't know the situation. We don't know if it was him beating him or him just
Fish
hitting
the
him.
cuffs.
And again, when push comes to shove, this muff can make lasers. This muff can make lightning. This dude has a big arm.
Also, the Germa are unfeeling, uncaring monsters. You think they're gonna go, yeah, Sanji, you were right all along. Wow, we were wrong, father. He's stronger than us. They're about to die. It's like, whoops, can't do nothing about this.
Even, I love the ending with Niji, where he's flying away like, yeah, if this is your speed, you're gonna get killed instantly. And he throws him, he's like, later, loser. I'm like, that's some, yeah, you a brother or whatever. You got us. Get on out of here. That's some, like, begrudging brotherly respect stuff right there.
Vinsmokes believe Sanji is a failure, who sucked at everything compared to his siblings.
He doesn't have the exoskeleton.
One Piece Tube something?
.com. Yeah, he doesn't have the exoskeleton. He doesn't have the superhero human abilities of the Germa through the genetic mutations. He still does not have those things at this moment. At this moment in Whole Cake Island. So, in that instance, he is a failure. Even if he's strong, even if he can kick harder than them, he is still a failure of a monster. He's just a human.
Just like beat up and his face is all puffy instead of Yonji needed to get his face like mechanically reconstructed.
Just like Doflamingo's family. They are failures of celestial dragons because they're just humans. Why are their heads so big? One Piece.
Genetic modifications.
And this is the number one reason why he was bullied and exiled. When Judge learned that Sanji's genes weren't altered from his Nazi scientist, he wanted Sanji to make up for it with hard work in order to become strong. If Sanji had been able to do that, his lack of emotions or genetic alteration wouldn't have mattered. The Vinsmokes are all under the same impression before they meet Sanji, which is that Sanji...
No, I don't think so, because it was specifically... Reiju was the first one, and then after that, he was like, all right, no emotions. And they were all quintuplets.
His mom was like, you can't just make them unfeeling, uncaring people. He's like, no, they have to be monsters. That's what we need to win wars. I don't care about them being people.
So him being a super strong human, I don't think he would have been treated better, but I don't think Judge wouldn't have cared.
Because if he was super strong and still feeding mice, Judge still would have been pissed. He wasn't like, hey, no, you can't be feeding mice because you're a weak person. He went, no, that's human, and you not that.
And also, we got to look at the fact that the Germa, they're all in newspapers and comics and stuff like that. So I can't imagine they're getting too strong too fast. So let's just say they're around the same strength that they've always been since like the age of puberty, 13, 14 or so. Sanji just now got this strong in this 2-year gap. If they had been talking about him when he was in the Baratier, they'd have been smoking this dude, no problems. He would still been considered a failure.
His ass. So, when Sanji comes back for the first time in a long time, and he immediately and easily dispatches Yonji, this should be an eye-opener.
Easily, based on what indication? What happened there? Where's my pen tablet? I wish I knew what chapter this was. God, I just read all.
I zoned out and heard Nazi scientists.
Then you heard everything you needed to.
Also, Judge, what's wrong with you idiots? We're gonna die. And they're like, oh, yep, that's a darn shame. And he's like, oh no, maybe, are we the baddies? Did I make a mistake?
He's crying.
Is this
and they're just like,
did I do a wrong by not having you? Because this is a bad situation that we're in, kids. Yep, sure is. We're gonna die. Hey!
Yeah, this would probably take too long. I'm just gonna go just based off of this, what we've already discovered that Drizzt did not know what he was talking about. I'm just gonna go personally that Drizzt does not know what he's talking about here.
Opener for the brothers and for Judge, whose entire belief system is centered around the idea that his altered kids are what's going to make him strong and get Germa back on track. Even though Judge has to resort to teaming up with a Yonko.
833.
833. Thank you. What chapter did I go to? 829.
Even cats don't like Drizzt. I like the dumb emperor.
I like how the cat is like mirrored after Marengo. He's still refusing to marry, so I stepped in to say father's peace for him, just like I used to, and then this happened. That Sanji, he'll get this. It sounds like Sanji just kicked him.
As Yonji was trying to talk.
And damn, I'll get him that failure.
I think something's wrong with my messages. Most just vanish. That's weird. We'll keep an eye on that, Peon.
Yeah.
Pizza Steak says, I know it's late, but I'm pretty sure Vito said he knew about Seth. It was at the chapter where Sanji and Luffy started to fight.
No, he, Vito?
Vito's a long tongue guy.
Yeah.
But the contention is if he told Sanji about it.
Yeah, or was just talking about his family on Zoe. That's the whole contention.
Take over a territory that isn't ruled by any of the world's strongest factions, but you know, whatever. Judge even said,
You are not a black man, Drizzt. Stop using
He's a pretty sassy black lady.
the racist connotation of black people. I don't talk that way, Drizzt. You know what I'm saying? You find me, cuz.
A rough one.
says to Sanji that Yonji is strong. So, if in Judge's world, Yonji is strong, even though he's ass, if a failure like Sanji is able to mess him up, what does that say about Yonji? And what does that say about Sanji?
Pause.
Hey,
But
racist people don't care if a minority is successful in the right way. Yeah. They're still beneath them. Just because they are a minority. Sanji is still beneath them.
Drizzt wanna be black so bad.
So bad.
I don't know why. But if Judge pulls out a gun and shoots, Sanji gonna get shot. Yonji ain't. That's pretty failure material.
Sanji
armament hockey. Well, he didn't know. He was surprised that Sanji had armament hockey.
Judge beat Sanji strictly because of his failure status of not kicking through the person that was shielding Judge.
I'm strong. All this stuff.
I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better. I'm not some weak-kneed fucking crybaby that goes around fucking apologizing.
What are we doing here? What is the point of this?
It's a funny.
What part of it?
It's a funny.
What part of it?
I'm laughing.
All the time? And why the fuck would you want me to be?
Answer's pretty obvious, right? And things like this just keep happening, which don't affect Judge or the Vinsmokes. Judge sees and comment.
Just like I just said
Pizza
with a
Steak
racist
says,
person.
T. Sanji flashback to what was whispered in his ear. I just looked up the panel online.
What's the chapter? Could you let us know that?
Yeah, please let us know.
But yeah, like you said, the racists, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care if a black person is fantastically doing well and smart, and then again, they're still black, so them. You're still a failure, so you. I don't care how strong you are.
On the fact that Sanji can use hockey, which again tells you a bit of what Sanji has accomplished with.
You are not getting this.
He doesn't care if he has small successes. He still has his emotions, which make him weak, which is why he didn't beat Judge. He still doesn't have that super tough skin. He still doesn't have a special talent like lasers or electricity or poison. I think the poison was a fruit. I forget.
No raid suit. But that's not all. Let's talk a bit about the relevance of Sanji using Diable Jambe against Judge. The community and fan perception of Diable Jambe was completely different prior to Whole Cake and Wano. We all thought that Diable Jambe was a liberty Oda was taking with his story. It was an ability that had some cartoon logic. Sanji spins around so fast that his leg catches fire. You know, it makes sense. And at some point, Sanji stopped spinning to do Diable Jambe. It was commonly speculated that Oda did this because he didn't want to draw Sanji spinning every single time he used it. Or Sanji just found a way to do it without spinning in the time skip, and that indicated some mastery over the ability.
Chris the Choke says, y'all seen the new Corey Kenshin video? I never seen my guy be that serious in my life.
Nope.
I don't know what that is.
Look it up. Prejudice exists in One Piece, duh. Yeah, do you think the Celestial Dragons care how great a human is if they're still just a person?
Yeah.
What?
He has a video called Racism and Favoritism. Excellent.
Cool.
And bought into the explanation that Sanji gives to the audience, which is that his passion is so hot that it's related to his flames and all that. Once again, this is cartoon logic that you can understand, but Wano recontextualizes the entire origin of Diable Jambe. Queen tells us that it's impossible for normal humans to do what Sanji does. Sanji's explanation about his passion is put into question, and the entire fight against Queen is about Sanji's Germa abilities awakening because of the raid suit, implying that Diable Jambe could have been a part of that the whole time. Queen's first reaction to seeing Diable...
It could be, or it could also just not be. It could just be what you said, it's a passion thing. Some people have weird abilities in One Piece. Kinemon can split fire. That's not a devil fruit or anything. He can just do that. It's just an ability.
Zoro can throw a slash.
Yeah, I've got no problem with him being able to do this.
Many people have fire-based attacks and they're not Germa. Lucci lit his claws on fire.
Yeah. Did a little pew-pew. Again, see nothing wrong with it.
And again, Wanze is the person that showed Sanji the friction, the fire thing.
Jambe is to relate it to
The Red Hawk shouldn't be possible either. Does Queen question that? Because it is legitimate fire.
the Vinsmokes. As soon as Judge sees Sanji using Diable Jambe, this should have, at the minimum, created a subplot of the Vinsmokes rethinking their conclusion that Sanji wasn't genetically altered. Regardless of what the real answer may be, how Judge can look at Sanji and not come to the same conclusion as Queen, or even think about it, seems like a plot hole.
He doesn't want to because he sees nothing but a failure. He doesn't want to see Sanji as strong or better than his perfect creations. You're a failure.
It's pretty simple.
He's a piece of guy, a piece of father. whose only lot in life is to get back to prominence.
Had Judge acted on the knowledge that he should have, it changes the story of Whole Cake and how Germa interact with Sanji.
No, it doesn't,
if
because
they-
he can still be hurt and stuff like that. If he has small, minor modifications, he can be like, oh, you got something, but you still not them. That's what it always comes down to.
They were
You
doing
not
that
them.
at 4. You're like 19,
Yeah,
and you can do a fire foot that I grabbed with my hand that didn't even hurt me when you hit me? Why should I care?
You got a little something, something.
Is this gonna change you getting married to that woman for this political marriage?
They sent Ichiji and Yonji to stop need you to
Hollis
stop a
says,
war.
This is the One Piece world. Fruits give superpowers. Swordsman can cut the air. CP9 literally have finger guns. A guy, leg, on, fire, is not that hard to believe.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if Judge didn't see something like that on his travels. 'Cause like you said, there's plenty of people with weird abilities in this world outside of fruit stuff. Yeah, fishmen who could just punch and just currents of air water in the air just ripple.
Why was Big Mom that strong? She is, for all intents and purposes, just a normal girl. Her parents were completely normal, but she was born a f***ing monster. Some people in the world just got some abilities.
Also, Sanji still has his emotions, which they hate as much as physical weakness. Yeah, that's a big, big problem. Even if he does have to fire a leg, when he stabs through that dude and Sanji hesitates, he goes, all right, kill that noise. Done. Still weak, huh?
He can clap for it in just, chapter 843.
Pizza Steak says, I found it. The chapter is 843.
Is that the one I was just on? Oh no, I was on 830 something.
I gotta get to it first. It's a race.
I'm actually on the chapter. You are too. Never mind. Yeah, it's kind of quiet. Y'all shut the up.
Everybody stop talking. Where is it? Oh, it's not near the bottom. That's odd. Cracker. And hey, here's Opera and Gillette. I like her. She's got a good design. Not a Monday, but we're not talking about a Monday. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
No, see, you had an issue with the correlation between the two parts. If you should decline Mama's invitation, that's one panel. Then it goes to the next panel, which makes you think that he shows Zeph's picture, but that's Judge showing Zeph's picture. He's just saying if you should decline Mama's invitation, which is just a part of it. No, that's not the same thing.
And Sanji's role in the arc, and the themes that the arc attempts to build, which is pretty big. As these two are fighting, Sanji tells Judge that once the tea party is over, he's leaving. Judge says something that should be obvious, which is that Big Mom won't allow it. Sanji responds by saying he doesn't care what happens to them. He is here to protect Zeph. I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, well, hereby dub you, Drizzt the drag down.
Kind of read shit for food at 10.
That was I like that part of this backstory. It's just like, this isn't a buffet. You can't just come in here and just eat and leave.
Yo, her hat was really big.
The Mad Mademoiselle of Monday.
When they showed everybody, that's a super big
It's
hat.
so good.
It's just a big hat.
In the straw hats. At this point in time, this is Sanji's actual plan. This isn't a ruse. The conclusion of the fight ends up being a bit forced. Had Oda...
You say it's not a ruse, but what's the issue with it? What else could he do in that situation?
Peanut, you don't need to be here. Eric, you don't need to be here.
Everybody leave. What was that timestamp?
Sound of Demon Lord. Comey, I did watch a few episodes of the anime.
Not held Sanji back and made him lose because of semantics, Sanji would have won and beat Judge.
That's not semantics. He didn't want to kick an innocent person. As he was being stabbed through.
He didn't know that he was a clone at this point. He thought he was just some dude that he just got stabbed through. You got to go through 3 people in order to kick Judge. And he didn't want to do that. That's the emotions thing
How is this forced?
How is it forced? It shows Judge's complete and total lack of empathy and emotions and care for human life. And it shows Sanji's complete opposite care for human life. He's surprised that it happened, and he's unwilling to hurt this person further. How is that forced?
Judge wins through the use of the wall tactic. Now, winning through semantics isn't a bad thing.
It's not semantics. What is he talking about? That is not the word you want to use. I don't know what word you want to use,
But it ain't that.
but it's not semantics. You're too late, Peanut. These people are too fast. They will get the points.
If Sanji didn't get to do anything the entire time. But as we've covered, Sanji has done things already that don't uphold the persona the Vinsmokes are trying to maintain of him, which is where this thing goes awry.
Again, even if a person is doing well, a racist will still go, you are beneath me. Barack Obama was still beneath them. You ain't gotta be here in the end.
The more logical thing would have been to hold Sanji back the entire arc to justify Gemma's belief, so there's some writing coherency for as long as possible until you dispel the illusion. But this is probably the biggest frustration with Sanji.
But by Judge winning, doesn't that uphold his ideology of you lost to me because you're weak? What is it? What would holding back do until the moment that, oh, it's time for big fight, and then it just be a big, oh no, he is good. And then where do we go from there? And then he goes to help because he is good, or he goes to help because he saved him in spite of not really liking him. That's rude.
He asked for it. So, if he didn't care about Zeph, if he didn't care about his hands and cooking, Sanji could have escaped. That's why he's a failure. You keep believing that, sir.
And his role with Germa to begin with. The truth about Sanji is always ignored.
Better.
It is ignored. Why are you using this joke?
Because it's funny. I was laughing the first time that you muted it for some reason.
It is ignored because these are just pieces of stuck in their ways. They don't actually care if Sanji is getting better or stronger or getting a little bit of the Germa genetic differences. They do not care.
Even at the very end, where he blocked a shot from Big Mom in full view of Judge with the help of Luffy, mind you. Judge was still just like, you worthless, you a dumb cook, you stink, all this crap.
You care about people.
He's still listing off his bad qualities. This isn't no. This is, it's here. He doesn't want to see it.
Have fun, Triton. I love programming, but you gotta love it. You gotta be doing it basically every day, even if it's just 30 minutes, even if it's just an hour. You gotta be reading something. It's a lot of work, but I love it.
I am better.
Shortly after his loss, Sanji gets handcuffed by Reiju. The next time we see him, he is having dinner with his family at the Nazi table.
Oh, you didn't need that. You didn't need to say it.
Why does he...
Drizzt, come on now.
Hey, I find it fun, so that's why I said have fun. Drizzt is sexist, a racist, and loves invoking
Nazi imagery.
What are we supposed to take from this?
It's not a comedic thing that it's a Nazi imagery that they're doing. He's not pointing out a fact or anything. I mean, if you look at it, you can be like, yeah, it looks like that, and move on. They're bad guys. Does this contribute to the downfall of One Piece? Is this a negative? Is it a positive? Is this a joke? Or is this simply an observation?
Every joke has intent, Drizzt. What's the intent, Drizzt? Because I'm not finding it.
And we're treated to another antagonistic scene with the Vinsmokes where Sanji defends Colette. And it all ends with Judge telling Sanji that it's thanks to Big Mom's intelligence that they found...
That wasn't the entire point of the scene. The entire point of the scene was that the Vinsmokes go against everything that Sanji believes in. They hurt women. They waste food. Those are the two big things. So Sanji protects a woman and then eats off the ground. And they're like, "What? This isn't princely behavior. You're royalty." That was the point of the scene, not just the Colette stuff.
About Zeph, and basically they threaten Sanji with Zeph's life if he acts up again. This is what ends up putting Sanji into a real bind, which is accentuated by the beating he gets for trying to confront his brothers over Colette. At this point, we've seen several scenes so far of Sanji being restrained, and it's tied together with his flashback. By the time that we're out of the flashback, Sanji is being treated once again by Reiju. And Reiju...
Didn't he say earlier that it would be better if Sanji was restrained? Now he's saying we've seen several moments of him being restrained.
Yeah, but we've already seen him be stronger, so it's too late.
Okay, sure.
tells Sanji that what's happening to him doesn't involve her and to not expect help. This is all mega cap. You might expect at this point that maybe Reiju's dialogue and her tsundere-esque nature with Sanji might be leading somewhere, because having her act this way doesn't make any sense if it doesn't serve a purpose.
What did she say, Drizzt? What did she say? Don't paraphrase. Show us what she said. What did he say that she said?
Don't expect help, because I'm not gonna, basically. Let's hear the exact words he said.
To not expect help.
There we go.
Sanji is being treated once again by Reiju. And Reiju tells Sanji that what's happening to him doesn't involve her and to not expect help. This
was after the beating. So it's before chapter 843.
Hey, here we are. I found it in one.
There we
so
go.
Good.
There we go. There we go.
Sanji is purpose.
Remember, you came back out of a personal responsibility, so don't respect anything from me. You won't get a second chance. By the way, where did you pick up that sense of chivalry? The Charlotte family never marries into another family to take their name. You'll be the son-in-law there. And if they like you, you can lead a very happy life. How dare you? Remember, you came back out of personal responsibility, so don't expect anything from me. You won't get a second chance. I don't know what she's referring to. Sure, Drizzt.
After Sanji is bandaged up, we get his confrontation with Luffy and Nami while the Vinsmokes are on their way to meet Big Mom. This will be our next big talking point for Sanji. The conflict here is specifically Straw Hat centric, which makes it a lot more interesting than what's considered the average for One Piece, which is the civilians are being oppressed and need help trope. This is more reminiscent of the pre-time skip when a majority of the storylines were centered around different crewmates. Let's talk...
I'm sorry, what?
No examples? 16, 19.
Well, of course, the first handful are going to be when it's gathering the crew. But outside of gathering the crew...
Skypiea?
It's all the same types of things.
That was civilian stuff? Water 7 in its lobby, yeah. Thriller Bark was about somebody who was about to become a crewmate. Shaba Odi was more of a... It was more of a leading towards something than the actual, like, arc with a beginning, middle, and an end. Alabasta was about Vivi and the people, really. Wasn't about centralized to any Straw Hat, like he just said. Okay.
But I wouldn't say Drum Island was centralized to helping people. It was about checking out Cool Island and then beating Caesar, and then the people just happened to be there and the kids. That's what he wanted.
Nice kick. Big fire. Wow.
about this scene in a vacuum, meaning that we're only going to talk about
What is this?
What is this, Drizzt? This is some laziness.
Drizzt, come on!
What part of this is supposed to be? I don't even know what I'm supposed to be taking from this. Are you piloting the ship that is in first-person mode, but showing yourself in third-person mode?
He said, let's take this in a vacuum, so he's in a vacuum of space. Got it.
But then why are people fighting around him? Are they trying to rescue him? And he's not in the vacuum, otherwise he would be going lower or
he's in a
closer.
vacuum of space.
But that would be... He would need to be moving
No, he
forward.
wouldn't. He's the Emperor. He's the Emperor!
So is the ship just going at the exact
Chris the
speed
Chill
he
says,
is?
I can edit better than this crap.
Anybody can.
that we're only going to talk about what's happening in the arc up to this point.
No, what is the point?
He's in a vacuum. He's in a vacuum of space.
It's not even the same perspective.
It
though.
doesn't matter.
Is he being targeted for his opinions?
Time and what
No, because
started
now
it.
ships are just flying out of inside the ships. No, there's nothing what happened, Dad. This is a Star Wars fan. I'm a fan of Star Wars. That's basically what I love Star Wars.
So, as if the rest of the story didn't matter. And then we'll bring in context later. The writing flaw in this scene is that there is no in-arc reason for Sanji to ever lay his hands on Luffy.
Okay, there are very
All right, it was a good stream, y'all.
Yeah, that's kind of it. He fundamentally misunderstood everything in this scene.
We are not having fun, Will.
He didn't want Luffy to be there. He wanted to make the perception of, I have changed. I've seen the way. I've got money and women here.
Not
I don't
even
need to
changed
be
and
this
seen the way.
pirate bush.
I was never that way.
I don't need this pirate bush. And so I'm gonna beat you up to prove it. Something that I would never do 50 chapters ago. But I'm gonna do it now so that you see, you get the out.
Leave, pirate.
Get out.
And it's even, it's fantastic because...
A flattering and descriptive noun for Hope says. But he don't fight with his hands.
Hey, shut up. The best part is earlier on when he's fighting Cracker or whatever, he's like, Vinsmoke Sanji is going to say, you miserable low-life pirate, get out. And his first words to Luffy are, you miserable low-life pirate, get out. Because that's what he expects people to think of him, and he did it perfectly. Because he knows if he doesn't attack Luffy, Luffy's gonna stay. And if he doesn't attack Luffy, the Vinsmokes or Big Mom will attack Luffy.
There's nothing that he can say to Luffy like, nah, I got this, Luffy. Luffy's gonna be like, no, you don't. I'm here to help. Luffy's gonna do some stupid stuff, so you go to the extreme. Drizzt, come on!
There's no in-universe reason for this?
It's unlimited reasons.
Is that there is no in-arc reason for Sanji to ever lay his
Also,
hands on...
You're in Big Mom's territory after you threatened her a month ago. Leave, or she's gonna kill you.
Luffy.
Naki
All the
Hollis
way-
says. One Piece is a simple story. Why don't people not understand that Luffy is an anti-init HREO? I just done with this man by this point. He just didn't get One Piece at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I would love to see what he thinks about pre-time skip. If he's just fundamentally misunderstanding things to such a base level like this, there's no conceivable reason.
In arc reason, he would lay hands on Luffy.
You
Which could
see
have
that
been-
he doesn't want to. You see that he's clearly lying. You see that Luffy knows that he's lying.
That's why he doesn't fight back. Usopp was not lying.
Usopp was like, we fighting this out for this ship. If we gonna throw away crewmates like that, he's probably gonna compare
fixed with a single addition to the arc. But because this addition is missing, it makes all the difference when it comes to sympathizing and justifying Sanji's actions. Prior to the Luffy vs. Sanji conflict, Oda had been doing a good job at limiting Sanji's options and making him a slave to his circumstances. Zeph was threatened if he didn't act and go along with the marriage, and his options of running away were limited because of the handcuffs. His back was almost completely against the wall. What Oda didn't account for, however, somehow, was that there was nothing set in place within the arc to not allow Sanji to seek help or talk to his friends if they were to arrive on the island.
What are they supposed to do? His hands are tied up. They will explode. And his father will be killed, and they're in the middle of a Yonko's territory with literally 3 to 4 members of the crew. He sees 2 people there. Luffy mentions 3 other people. He says the rest went to Wano. He knows they're not equipped to fight right now. A Yonko and their entire crew. And the entire crew is not even just a Yonko. It's most with a billion berries walking around. Plus you got trees and stuff that you gotta fight. Moms couldn't escape trees. That's why he couldn't get help, Drizzt. Because they're woefully outmatched, Drizzt. Oh.
T-Rex 525 says, "Let me pull out this pen and paper out of my butt and write you a little message. Drizzt Sanji."
Just write a message. Hey, Luffy, I'm gonna kick you, but I don't mean it. Luffy, know he don't mean it.
Be cool.
This man is an idiot.
When Luffy flings himself onto the cat carriage, Sanji responds with immediate violence.
No! He's talking and Sanji weighs his options and figures the best thing is to act like the Vinsmokes want him to act. To protect his captain.
8:43. We came to get you, Sanji. I know you wrote that letter that you'd be back, but I hate waiting. You see Sanji closing his eyes and the party there?
It's not until he remembers the threat to Zeph that he
looks
kicks
at
him.
his hands. He remembers Vito going, you know what's going to happen if you decline. You see the shadow over his eyes, and then he kicks him.
No, because you missed him thinking about the threat to Zeph as well, right before he kicks him. It wasn't just, hey, Sanji, well, bam, get out of here, Luffy. You are poisoning a well. Oh, Drizzt. You are a piece of garbage.
You see how he didn't show that? It wasn't an immediate thing. He didn't think about this. He wasn't expecting this. He's going, I could go because it's a happy life back there, as shown by the big party. But then he looks at his hands. He remembers Vito. He remembers, and he sees Judge. He remembers Zeph. Kick. Because that's the most safe option right now.
Judge Pick is just so good. Just the clapping.
The Vinsmokes did not make any demands
T-Rex
of
525 says, "Monster Point lost to some trees. That ain't looking so good for Chopper. Law would have cut those trees down all cool there. Drizzt."
Yep. Why is it Law the Doctor instead? He's cooler.
So cool.
The Vinsmokes did not make any demands of Sanji to exile and violently remove his friends.
Why
would they have to? He's showing that I'm going along with this. Please don't kill my father. Please don't blow up my hand.
It's the same thing that Robin did. I'm cooperating. I'm not running. Don't kill them. What happens if he does say, yes, Luffy, take me out of here? What is the next thing, Drizzt?
They pick up Den Mushi and go, all right, yeah, Sanji done turned. Send everybody that you can to kill these Straw Hats.
Oh, yeah, take Zeph out. He's done. They're not going to make it in time.
Oh, Big Mom is super pissed because Luffy just beat Cracker? Oh, now she has a double reason to kill Luffy. Cool. And then Luffy dies.
What is the outcome here that is not death?
What is the best possible outcome in this situation? Because Luffy is an idiot, so he's not going to be swayed by simple words of, nah, I got this, go. No, Luffy, I'm here under duress. Oh, you're here under duress? Let me just start punching people in this cart indiscriminately. Boom, my hands.
He shot a beige shots and peckups, and he goes, all right, let me just punch you one time. Then we can start talking about this alliance bush.
He tries to explain, okay, let's, so Arlong Parker must be bad because Nami told Luffy to go away. Must be.
Remove his friends. And Big Mom wasn't involved yet at this point in the arc either, so there are no restrictions from her.
That's our territory. It's like saying Putin isn't involved when you invade Russia.
Sanji knows that Judge essentially sold him off to Big Mom. So he knows that Big Mom is in fact involved. She's not involved face to face with Sanji and Judge as of yet, but he knows that he is betrothed to the daughter. And he knows that Judge is in contact with Big Mom. Don't do that, Drizzt. Don't.
The Vinsmokes themselves are unmoved by the situation. Yonji only chimes in after Sanji hits Luffy, and even then, Sanji says he'll handle it himself.
That's exactly what Sanji wanted, because the Germa would have just killed him.
After he kicks them, all but Ichiji laugh. Ichiji and Reiju. They laugh.
There is nothing stopping Sanji from getting out of the carriage, walking over to Luffy, and saying, "Hey, Yug, what are you guys doing here? Oh no, listen, here are my circumstances. Stay low and hidden. I'll figure something out. Don't get in trouble."
Hey, wizard.
And Luffy's gonna listen to that? When Law was just like, Wano, Law was like, let's be cool, let's not do anything. Kaido shoots a blast, and he goes, all right, we fighting Kaido now. And he gets one shot. He knows Luffy is not the type to lay low, especially when he goes, here are the circumstances. My hands are about to be blown up if I don't go through with this. My father will be killed if I don't go through with those. Those 5 people in that cart, I hate them. They tortured me all my life. And they're making me go through with this wedding with Big Mom. The person
Please turn around, Luffy.
Please turn around, lay low.
I can't
and we'll
leave with
handle
you,
this.
Luffy. They cuff me and my hands will explode. Please leave, Luffy, and forget about me.
Just lay low while I figure out my non-plan.
Cool, Sanji.
Cool.
I'll be here.
Joey, cringe. We're not, we didn't even address that.
He was clearly trying to do a Sanji Brooklyn accent, but it comes off as too Brooklyn-y.
Oh man, it kind of just
It
washed
washed
over me.
Because it was the points and not the cringe and accent.
You're right. Oh,
How bad was that accent? I didn't even see the Joey.
Walking over to Luffy and saying, "Hey, Yug, what are you guys doing here? Oh no, listen, here are my circumstances.
Oof.
Stay low and hidden. I'll figure something out.
Okay, so
don't get in trouble."
and all the Vinsmokes are allowing them to have a private conversation, as they know that Sanji does not want to be there. So they're gonna go over there and have a private conversation with his captain.
Hey,
And then just like, nah, everything's cool. I told him to leave, and he agreed.
where does Luffy go after that? Where does he take refuge after that?
Where?
When they go, hey, Big Mom, Straw Hat Luffy is on the island. This was his last known location. Where does he go?
Sanji talked to him. What did you talk to him about? I told him to leave. Did he? No. Or yes. Okay, where's the ship? Oh, it's still on the dock. So you just lied to me. Or he's still here, and why is he still here?
Hey, go sink that ship. Go lie in wait on the ship.
Are you in leagues with him, Sanji? Yes, I am. Hands gone. No, I'm not. Okay, you won't mind if I kill him. That's a dead Luffy. That's also a dead Nami who he cares deeply about.
I don't know what is the next point of this thought process.
He most certainly does say, hey, Yug. He might have done 2 takes. And the first take was the Brooklyn 4K Sanji, because with the Sanji thing in the beginning with the Sanji in red text where he was falling in the very beginning, that was a 4K logo, so he knows about 4K. So maybe he did that once. It was just like, that kind of like Joey, so I'll just go, hey, Yug. And then it'll be bad on purpose, and then everybody laughs.
But then, if that's the case, he could have made it a little bit funnier if he just had it a Sanji clip imposed in it instead of Joey.
No.
So then he goes, "Hey you," so I'm doing the Joey accent, who is also a Brooklyn
just
accent.
do Joey.
Oh, okay. Just make it make no sense.
Hey, where's the freaking gabagoo?
And
Why does this man think he's funny? Why does this man think the things he implants into these clips and stuff are of any comedic value?
Better question.
Who is chuckling?
He screens this to multiple people, and they
Multiple!
keep this in, and they say, "Yeah, Drizzt,
Hey,
that's good."
here's a better question for your better question. Do they watch the whole thing?
Or do they just 1.5 speed and just, yeah, he didn't stutter or anything, so we good.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I haven't read Whole Cake in a while, but that sounds about right.
even if there was something written into the story to force Sanji into an altercation with
You're
Luffy,
showing the panel. Drizzt is here.
Judge literally looks to see what the action will be.
like say Judge
Get back or
ordering
we'll
Sanji to
shoot. So now Luffy's being threatened. So action is gonna occur. He's gonna get shot. He's gonna be like, oh, so we fighting now. And then Luffy starts fighting. Boom, hands, or boom, Luffy dead.
hurt them, which probably should have happened considering Judge was watching Sanji closely to see what he'd do. There is still nothing.
That's what the point was. How did he miss all of this? How did he miss every possible second of this?
Goodness gracious, Drizzt.
This man is unbelievable. Oh, snap. No. Okay, we're good. I was
Blaze
just thinking,
Writer says, Drizzt doesn't even look at the footage he edits?
does he edit? No, he does edit.
He got at it. Yep.
I guess he thinks this makes his point.
Yeah, I think it makes his point stronger. Even though he just lied and said Luffy comes in and he gets immediately kicked, as there's a full
Immediate
conversation
violation.
here.
I mean, doesn't it prove his point that Judge is watching him?
Yes, it does.
And that's the
But it
only thing.
disproves his
All the
other
other
points.
panels don't
It
Oh,
matter. Hey,
disproves his
ignore
other
that.
point.
Do you see Judge in that half panel? That's the one you should be. That's where your focus should be.
Nothing stopping Sanji from communicating the truth while fighting Luffy.
Judge watching closely is what stops him from communicating the truth. The only way he could think of to make Luffy leave was to attack him. Cause just going, Luffy lay low, Luffy not about that.
No. And if he goes, Luffy, I don't want to be here, but so what?
But I'm stuck. My hands, they're threatening Zeph.
So Judge is going to be like, oh, so you don't want to be here, huh? So you're going to do anything that you can to stop my plans of being in the Big Mom Pirates and getting all that comes with, goodbye, hands. Or I'm just going to keep a closer watch on you. Kill this pirate. Hey, Big Mom, Straw Hat Luffy's on. Why is he not thinking about this? What does he think is going to happen? If Sanji
his
just
plan.
goes, nah, it's cool. Luffy is not okay kind of person. Now, if this was Nami, that'd be one thing. And Luffy was still knocked out, let's say. He was still knocked out from the Cracker fight. Mm-hmm. And Nami comes up. He goes, tries to explain the situation. That'd be something. But this is irrational Luffy. I got this. Nami would probably come back, but Luffy definitely would.
Hiding it from the people watching and then delivering a message to Luffy through the violence.
Delivering a message through the violence.
That was the message. Violence.
Luffy knows. Luffy tells. Luffy's like, no, this is bullcrap.
I don't know what take you can have with Nami here. She was great.
This arc does go out of its way to comment on Luffy's ability to sense others' emotional state, so this would have worked fine. And in the unlikely...
That's what happened! Because Luffy says, you're the one hurting the most! Yeah. You kicked me, but you're the one hurting! He literally said this!
You can kick me all you want, but you're the one feeling the pain. You really think this is driving me off? Don't be stupid. What do you mean, inferior pirate? You know you don't mean that. Stop lying.
What? How did he read all of that and go, nah? How did he read all of that and go, no?
He doesn't need to explain the situation. Luffy understands the situation without understanding the situation. Him going, my hands will be blown up and Zeph will be killed. What more does that do for Luffy? Luffy's still gonna be like, no, I'm gonna get you out of here no matter what. And Luffy understands actions. He's a stupid man.
Event that Luffy is somehow too stupid to get what's going on, Nami is there as well and could be a secondary source of interpretation. Sanji beating the shit out of Luffy is unwarranted at the end of the day, but despite the writing not
it was a lie. Luffy recognized it as a lie.
Yes. He did not fight back whatsoever.
He recognized that Sanji's really the one hurting, so he let himself just get kicked with zero resistance. It wasn't like Luffy was like, no, I won't fight a friend, I won't.
He's bad at reading this. Luffy showed multiple times to be very emotionally intelligent, absolutely, including this moment.
being ideal, I'm going to give this scene props. Oda's intent from this was to cause drama, emotion, and conflict, and that's exactly what it does. It's an emotional scene that still conveys its power past its writing flaws. That's how much potential it had. When Sanji is rolling away on the carriage and Luffy gives his speech, yeah, that hits. And had everything from this scene been handled properly, then I'd have nothing negative overall to say about it. I'd live with the miss from Oda and take the positives from it. But the accountability that Oda writes into this scene is completely shit on later in the arc, and because that...
Yeah, you're right, he did say it was bad. But then he said it's good. Wait, why? Wait, Drizzt. Whatever. Whatever.
What was those content? Drizzt thinks his fanfic would happen where Sanji kicks his brother and Dash to death. Luffy punches through Big Mom. Reiju joins the crew and sleeps with Drizzt. OC. That's hilarious. I give up. No, we just started.
We ain't been put out any content for 3 weeks and you give it out after an hour and a half? Come on now.
That's the case. This scene has become bad and a stain on Sanji's character. This is not a good scene anymore. But I'll dive into the details on this soon.
Now!
As Sanji and Germa get closer to the castle, they happen to pass by the enraged army, which was sent out to attack Luffy and Nami, who are kind of helpless out there in the field. Sanji sees and hears this, and then chooses to ignore it.
What is he supposed to do? Fight the army?
Show that he actually cares. What is he supposed to do here?
Leo Lester says, Luffy, I want you to join my crew as the cook. Sanji, sorry, but I have things here, so I decline. No. What? I decline your decline.
Yeah. Yeah, he was like, no, you're here already. Same thing with Chopper. He was like, shut up, let's go.
But then maybe in the future, shut up, let's go. Yeah, Sanji just showed that he doesn't care and kicked his former captain, and now he's supposed to go, no, I actually do care. Stop, don't hurt them.
He can worry, but he can just go, dang, Luffy, he can handle this. Or I can barter for his freedom later. Which he does. But it doesn't work. But, you know, he tries it.
Sanji ignoring the clear implications of an entire army going to attack Luffy and Nami goes against his goal of protecting him, which doesn't make any sense. Sanji left Luffy in a vulnerable state, knowing he spent the entire night fighting a commander, and he knew that Luffy was going to make do on his promise to sit there. Realistically, Sanji should be freaking out, and double because he doesn't know.
Is that not a freaked out face? Is that not a worried face and thinking of the I'll be waiting right here?
It is.
Chris, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't understand this guy, y'all. You can literally see. Yeah, I'm trying to think One Piece is just not for Drizzt.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
He is really just kind of mind fanficking-ish, and nothing's coming.
That the enraged army's goal is to capture and not to kill them. I don't think Oda should have even included the Vinsmoke seeing the enraged army. They should have come at a different time after the Vinsmokes went into the castle, or went a different route to the field where Luffy and Nami were. Later on in the day, Sanji meets up with Pudding and really starts to open up with her about his
talks to Big Mom
about bartering for Luffy's freedom.
Yes.
The very next chapter.
The very next chapter. 846.
This is dude.
The very next chapter.
What are we? I don't understand anymore.
Circumstances and essentially admits defeat and agrees to the marriage. The discussion between Pudding and Sanji here is quite good. This is the first time we've seen Sanji emotionally vulnerable in basically the whole series. And this is the first scene of its kind in the story. A sad, suspicious, romantic scene that's juxtaposed nicely with Luffy and Nami's fight against the enraged army. This was a great composition of panels. Soon after, Sanji begins inhaling hypercopium and strikes the deal with Big Mom to let the Straw Hats go. For some reason, even after Luffy's speech, after the enraged army, Sanji is hoping and praying that Luffy and company just leave the island. Then Sanji...
Yes, because he attacked them! Otherwise, he knows they wouldn't! Nami legit said, we'll just leave Sanji right before he kicked the shit out of Luffy!
And then, if they got captured, he would think that Luffy would be like, okay, I can't handle these people. I'll come back when I can. Because Luffy is in a weakened state. He's in a vulnerable state. He just got captured. If he leaves and tries to attack again, he's going to get captured again, and you're wasting Sanji's goodwill.
Spends time trying to convince and justify his decision to sacrifice himself, which makes him lean more into the idea of falling in love with Pudding and just letting everything work out somehow. Something happens here which should have set off alarms in Sanji's head, even in denial like he is. It's pretty ridiculous that Sanji just ignores this and then continues to move on. One of the guards that looks like Bobbin's deranged cousin gives a report to Sanji saying that a few of the Straw Hats have been captured and the others are running around the castle causing trouble. This tells Sanji that something weird is going on. Big Mom never told Sanji that she was going to capture the Straw Hats and hold them prisoner. And the fact that some of the Straw Hats have made it all the way into the castle means that it's easier for Sanji to verify and confront them on what's going on. They are very close. At the very least.
Where are they?
Where are they? He would have to find them. He walks around the castle. Hey, Sanji, what are you doing? What are you looking for? And then he gets, I'm looking for my crew. I'm going to the kitchen. I'm going to the bathroom. There's only so many lies that you can tell. You gotta be like, I'm looking for my crew, or you sneaking around. What is the sequence of events where he goes around this castle that he doesn't know to find people that he doesn't know where they are?
Sanji knows that things aren't going the way they're supposed to, but he continues to ignore everything.
Not ignore, not fight against, because he can't do anything.
What is he supposed to do? He just went to Big Mom to ask for their release.
And
he
she
went to the
said,
head. He went to the head, muff. So now they go. They're captured, and there are these Straw Hats running around. He's probably thinking once they get captured, they'll all just be set free. But again, there's nothing that he can do, Drizzt, unless you're gonna say what he can do in this situation, instead of just complaining about him not doing what you wanted, which we don't know what he wants because you don't know. You ain't saying it. Here's the skinny. Bam. Done. Oh, you wanna gab, huh? Yeah, you talking.
dude, his hands just go.
Gone.
They are being watched 24/7. They went into his room to make sure he was asleep.
Following this, we get the Pudding third eye reveal in her rant about Sanji being a fuckboy. This causes Sanji to turn on his Blink-182 playlist and cry in the rain as Reiju is getting her mind wiped and her body placed into the medical room. The doctor who is in the room with Reiju says to keep her there overnight and to inform the Vinsmokes that she'll be held there. There's no reason given as to what the excuse for her being injured is, and a super soldier like Reiju being in the med bay should...
But it is though. I remember they were like, in the midst of them trying to get the Straw Hats, she took a stray bullet.
Would cause suspicion as soon as it's heard by the Vinsmokes, but weirdly enough, this information is never passed on to them. It's not acknowledged, and it seems like Oda forgot he said this, which is odd, but maybe not as odd as the stretch made in the believability that Pudding could completely subdue Reiju. Pudding, as we come to find,
He shot her leg
With an anti-germa bullet.
and then tied her up with a jelly that she could not break.
Chapter 852. I was walking around the castle, then ran across some soldiers shouting about an infiltrator, and then I got attacked, I suppose. That's the excuse. She says the excuse, not 5 panels away from what you just showed, Drizzt. My goodness.
Bro, I really don't want to do this. This is complete disingenuous.
This is completely. This is
cannot
his
believe-
mad Sanji hate, and he's doing whatever he can to justify that.
We are getting... Drizzt is going up the tier list. Before I was like, at least he'll try to explain his points. But his points are from a base level of complete misunderstanding or just lack of want to understand.
extremely weak. She only had a candy-jacketed pistol as her weapon. It's hard to buy.
They're powerful enough to completely pierce even a shield-bearing soldier in heavy armor, so I suppose I've proven it works well enough. That's what it was. Anti-Germa guns. She tested it, and then she went to Big Mama and was like, it works. Cool.
Perfect. Now we know it works for the assassination coming.
To the idea that a single pistol and seemingly a single shot from it can bring down Reiju to the point where Pudding can drag her into a room.
Pause.
Shot her leg.
Shot her leg, and also I remember there was a line about not wanting her to bleed out, so she could have hit an artery. I'll find it.
Chris the Chilled says, Drizzt can't stop debunking himself lol.
Just can't stop. Man says something and then shows a panel that explains what he has an issue with, and then go, y'all don't see the issue? Well, no, I don't, because the manga.
Chapter 851. I just had it. So, dearest sister, I've got to be careful that you don't die of blood loss from a shot to the leg, so it's assumed that she hit an artery. I can believe that. Plus, she's got that goop thing on her.
Tied up her hands.
Tied up her hands. can't move. She's shown to be limping when she was shot in the leg, so she can't get up and run away, and her hands are tied. What's the issue, Drizzt? You missed nothing.
If this was Yonji's bum ass, then maybe I'd buy it, but Reiju is hyped up as one of the 2 strongest Vinsmokes, and we do see her tussle with...
When was she hyped up as one of the 2 strongest? She kicked Smoothie and got poison on her, and Smoothie went, oh, poison, huh? And wrung her arm out and moved on. This did nothing.
That's like saying Luffy tussled with Big Mom here.
Yeah, so it means nothing because she didn't do anything.
Luffy must be on the level of a Yonko because he tussled with Big Mom. That's not what happened. He threw a punch.
I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, well, hereby serve you, Drizzt the drag down.
I like the poll.
Hey, let's ask people then.
But the poll is obvious. It's the obvious answer here.
I mean, is it?
If the bullet didn't work, Puddin would have just erased her memory. Yep. Or just shot him like, I thought you were an intruder. Because there's a ruckus going on. Pick the right choice, y'all. I'm not going to influence it, but y'all know what's up.
I'm going to have to unpin the message. Make that the focus.
Smoothie to the point where Smoothie comments on how dangerous she is.
Because of the poison.
Hey, Luffy commented on how strong Carrot was. You think Carrot's as strong as Luffy now?
Okay, what feats does Smoothie have to show that she is in fact strong? She has not had a single fight other than this, really. So we just have to assume that she's strong, and she's saying that somebody else is strong. She's one of the 3 sweet commanders, but so was Snack. And Snack was taken out by the Mad Monk Arouge. And Arouge sucks. And I'm sorry, but he do.
Yeah, yeah. It's so funny that people are like, Luffy's gonna mirror the Yonko. It's gonna be him, and then his 3 under him, his 3 strong under him. But Big Mom had 4 until the Mad Monk Arouge took her out. Took one of them out.
Came to town and put up them dukes.
Oh yeah, the fam's good. We're tired. Triggered is a fool. Drizzt is delusional. He said something about Smoothie later that made me tap. Oh no! Are we doing the tap?
I think it's better to just do. It's just over.
It feels like this is a proper
we're not
play.
gonna tap.
All right, look at the timestamps. Timestamps. Description.
I'm like the ones that I did.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Pull those
that's
up.
why I'm like, what are you talking about? So at 33 seconds, 33 minutes is Sanji returns to the crew. 40 minutes is Sanji and the Importance of Water 7. 55 is Germa. 1 hour and 13 is Sanji's kindness. And so on and so forth.
How far are we in?
A flattering and descriptive noun for Hope says. 3-pair fan fiction. Feet versus PH word. And I made it the fuck up.
I made it the up. How far are we into this? 23. We did it in about 2 hours. 23 minutes every 2 hours.
I'm just going, we go until we go.
Okay. I was trying to think of like a good in the time.
We go until we go. Because, now we're talking about in the timestamps of where to stop because you were last time with the old 12-hour Drizzt thing. You were like, let's just stop in the middle of Sanji's thing. Now we're talking about hard timestamps? Nah, what happened there?
I just thought it would be smoother.
What happened back there?
Time change. Times change. Yeah, like we said, we're never doing anime series wins again, and then
I never said we never doing them again.
Well, we gotta finish that.
No, we don't.
Demon
Press
Slayer.
play.
It should not be enough to take her down, raid suit or no raid suit. If Pudding was made out to be a more competent opponent in combat, or we got to see a more potent ability from her that is good at subduing people.
She shot someone who thought that she couldn't be shot, and she thought she could trust.
Do this instead of a pistol This was her forcing the homies to remember what they were to distract them. There's no telling that she can do this to a human.
Then it'd all be fine. But it's pretty obvious Oda was just trying to set this scene up and didn't really care about the logistics of it.
What logistics? Everyone trusts Pudding. Hey, Reiju, what's up? Blammo! What more could there need to be?
Pudding was... Reiju was just like, I was following her. I knew something was wrong about her. I knew she was too good to be true. Reiju says that. That's why she was following her. Then she got capped.
Reiju wakes up and Sanji's there to bring her up to speed on what happened. Apparently, Reiju was sniffing around the palace because she was suspicious of Pudding. This entire justification feels a bit weak because Oda off-screened everything that would be relevant for Reiju to make that conclusion. Sanji's first meeting with...
too good to be true. Which she was.
Pudding happened off-screen, which also shouldn't have happened. Why the hell does Oda keep off-screen this stuff when it can be used to set things up? I just don't get it.
Because you complain about how long things are.
We just hear about this meeting through other characters. Reiju, who seemingly also saw...
Do we need to see every single thing, or can we be told information?
her, commented to Sanji back in the castle that she seemed like a nice girl. I guess she didn't really believe that, but we have no way of even guessing at this because it wasn't shown to us or built up at all.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Reiju wandering around these halls snooping on Pudding is random. We don't even know what her snooping was supposed to accomplish because there's no context. Was Reiju gonna confront Pudding in a dialogue? Was she just gonna stand outside of her room eavesdropping, waiting to see if she did anything evil? None of the Vinsmokes, Reiju included, even suspected there was going to be a betrayal that led to murder. So...
No, but Reiju says in chapter 852... I have to get the chapter before I do this, because I have to scroll down again and then I lose my place. I'm horrible at it. So do you believe me? Of course. I knew you wouldn't lie, but I never expected it to be this bad. I have been sniffing around after Pudding. She's just too good to be true. She plans to kill us instead of getting married. So she did have some kind of suspicions, especially after you consider this whole Big Mom situation. She's a monster. She's horrible. She's threatening to kill Sanji. So it's like Sanji told her that. Reiju knows that. And Pudding's just like, nah, this cool. We could still just get married. So I can see that Reiju like, nah, something's going on here.
2 more minutes in the poll.
what this was supposed to accomplish?
What was the noise, dude?
And we're just done with that, I guess.
As it's been the case, there was a pretty easy way to set this up though. Pudding's acting had a hiccup when she first encountered the Straw Hats. She had awkward dialogue about Sanji when she was talking about him, which is...
She don't know him! She knows superficial information because she's met the dude once for like 40 seconds!
the black leg stuff. It's a clear indicator that something is kind of fishy. A lot of the readers picked up on it. Oda could have included a scene with Reiju or Sanji in which Pudding's acting had a hiccup in the same fashion, which makes Reiju suspicious of this entire thing and makes her in the right to snoop on Pudding or just the castle in general. This is all basic writing 101, but that doesn't really apply to One Piece anymore. Another reason...
What are you talking about? Is the hiccup just the black leg thing?
I guess so. I hear his legs are black, but that's okay. That's just a nickname. And fans picked it up that there's something deeper within her, as opposed to her just being kind of goofy there.
Naki
like
Hollis says,
characters are.
the truly sad irony in him used that meme. It can apply to his channel.
I made it the f up.
and this should have been included.
Be making stuff of it. Yeah.
Is
They go in a hypothetical world where Pudding is the pure and simple person that they believed her that she was. Big Mom goes, "You are betrothed to be married. It is this pirate Blackleg Sanji. Here is a picture. The only picture that we have is his wanted poster that says Black Leg Sanji. I hear his leg is black. Is that something that you ask in the first meeting as you're both not really willing to be married? You don't know each other? You go, is your leg really black? Come on, Drizzt.
The SBS during that chapter, during that volume, was all about Reiju in her underwear. And I think Nami in the shower or something.
It was rough.
It's just like, oh, Japan, oh, Oda. The story is too long. Now, why doesn't the story explain every little detail? Pick a side, Drizzt. You can't have both unless you elaborate on what could have been shortened and expanded, which you and no one else ever does.
No.
He inserts scenes, but he's not like, hey, cut this down.
It's only what I want exactly.
Poll's over. And triggered,
Of course
narrowly.
He won. Thank goodness.
It was a narrow victory.
I don't care, he won.
It was 50-50 until
won.
the final vote.
He won.
Y'all, he pronounced Deus Ex Machina as Deus Ex. There's no redemption for that man.
Really apply to One Piece anymore. Another reason this should have been included is because it gives Reiju something to do and build off of for her role in the arc, which ends up being a non-existent when you step back and take a look at her in totality. Heading back to the Sanji and Reiju conversation, Reiju tells Sanji that she thinks all of the Vinsmoke should die and that she plans to commit suicide with them. She also tells Sanji to dip out and leave.
I don't think that's
I think
committing suicide necessarily.
It's more like accepting
Yeah.
your death. Because you too are a monster?
Whatever, Drizzt.
The island. Sanji asks, what about the Baratie? And Reiju just says, nah, it'll be fine. Worry about it later. The person who just got lit up with a gat, taunted, her memory wiped, and then told that her entire family was getting duped into a murder fest, says that she doesn't think Zeph's life is in danger, and Big Mom doesn't care because she gave that as leverage over to the Vinsmokes.
She doesn't have a plan. This isn't something that we can worry about right now. We need to worry about what's going to happen in 8 hours, where we're all going to die.
Yeah, we'll worry about the other thing after the fact, but for now, we gotta live.
Join the Straw Hats and get away from this place, Sanji. But then what will become of the Baratie? You can worry about that once you're safely away from here. Stay and all of you will die.
Leave and live and then worry about the consequences after the fact. Or just stay and die.
Or just stay and definitively die. She doesn't have a plan other than take care of yourself right now.
Football stuff. Here, you can just read it because I don't want to say it out loud.
Ah, I see.
Wonderful.
Okay, even if this makes sense at the moment, assuming that the murder of the rest of the Vinsmokes is satisfying enough for Big Mom to make her forget about Sanji if he were to leave, it's because of Big Mom's intelligence network that the Zeph info was found out. They gave it to the Vinsmokes to use because they were the ones handling Sanji prior to the wedding. Just because it was given to the Vinsmokes doesn't mean it couldn't be used by the people who gave it to them.
No, she never said the situation will be all good. She said worry about it after you're safe. Because if you don't leave, you will die.
And then Zeph will also die.
And as the arc progresses, with the Straw Hats completely messing up the entire kingdom that Big Mom has, defeating her strongest people, destroying the things she cares about, like the picture of Mother Carmel, and making her look like a fool in the newspaper, why on earth would you assume that she would not want to get vengeance given how petty and evil she is?
How did you read that? How did you get that from those panels? From those texts and words? Leave now so at least you're alive and then worry about saving your father after, or stay and just die.
But he's going, why wouldn't Big Mom just kill Zeph now after all this?
No, his point is, Reiju's like, don't worry about it. She
But
she
he's
doesn't
going,
think it's gonna happen.
That point is done. But now he's going, why wouldn't Big Mom take that revenge after the fact?
No, after the fact. But we're not in after the fact. That's what he's deciding. And that's what he's criticizing.
Let's take this moment as after the fact type of stuff. She don't care really. She wants revenge on them directly. And so if she can kill the Straw Hats, that's the revenge that she wants. And she's going to get that. Because she goes to Wano to get that revenge.
Wouldn't that make her more likely to go after Zeph? Zeph's life becomes...
Reiju never said she was less likely to... Dude, I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what the point is.
more of a liability as the arc ends than at the beginning. The Straw Hats had no idea that Big Mom would be coming to Wano until she was already there. It was a surprise. The Straw Hats weren't intentionally trying to make her angry enough to chase them either. The entire time between the Straw Hats going to Wano gave Big Mom more than enough time to enact revenge. She also has the...
And the revenge that she sought was after the Straw Hats themselves. Unfortunately, there's nothing that they can do if she wanted to go after Zeph, unless they go all the way back to the East Blue and protect them themselves.
For the rest of eternity. I mean, it would take Sanji, months to get back to the East Blue. I don't see it happening.
I don't see this as a problem that Big Mom went directly after the Straw Hats instead of after the person that one of the Straw Hats loves. When that Straw Hat did not even really slight her.
What?
Because the wedding was a farce.
What Big Mom attack the family?
Naki Hollis says, Wow Drizzt, it's almost like this person has thinks and acts like a child, only and mostly just want the smoke with Luffy and Sanji as secondary. Just a thought.
Yeah, her whole thing is, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your family members if you reject my offer to come to the tea party.
But was that even it? Or was it just the Vinsmokes threatening the family? Would Big Mom hurt somebody's family?
That's what Vito said.
What was his exact words?
That was Capone that said, you don't refuse Big Mom, otherwise everybody that you love will be in a box.
Okay, there you go.
Resources to both chase the Straw Hats and send people to the weak East Blue at the same time. It just didn't happen because Oda was never going to kill Zeph. But that's the author's...
No, that's not...
Why would Big Mom do it?
That's the point. Why would she do it instead of going after the Straw Hats directly?
Said Drizzt. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. That's the whole point. She knows where the Straw Hats are going. Luffy said, after I beat Kaido, I'm coming back for you. So she knows that he's going after Kaido. She calls Kaido and going, he coming, she coming. She goes there, get that revenge.
She sees the newspaper and says, who won? When did that happen? I will get you, Straw Hat Luffy. I don't think she even gives a shit about Sanji and them at this point, just Luffy. Again, also, why would she take revenge on Sanji when the whole plan was just to murder him and his family? Now it's like, you ruined my plan to assassinate you, so I shall have my revenge?
Stop showing us this picture, Drizzt. We get it, you're a Star Wars fan.
I'd argue that if the Straw Hats were only on bad terms after Fishman Island, the Big Mom might have gone after Zeph. But after the Tea Party incident, she wants to do it personally.
Yeah. I see nothing wrong with that.
It's not the story logic. To add on to this, Reiju tells Sanji that the handcuffs are duds and don't matter, and they've never mattered. Bitch, what? Okay. So, here's the thing. Look past all of the logical arguments you want to make, based on how much you think it makes sense in the story for these things to have or have not happened. There is one very obvious and important reason why this is bad, which makes any other argument irrelevant. Oda In one foul swoop,
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I sincerely
No, it's the
hope so.
joke. It's the joke.
I sincerely hope
It's the
so.
joke. Tris is a funny man.
completely removes all of the stakes and tension from the things limiting Sanji in the arc. They were only there to cause momentary drama that doesn't lead to anything. This is called fake tension.
Because at this point, if he does leave, Zeph is still in danger. Because there is a direct thing. Because, again, at this point, Big Mom does not know where they're going. So if Sanji leaves, it's like, all right, kill Zeph. Done. And everybody that he loves. That is still on the table. It's no longer on the table when Big Mom goes, I want to go after them personally. But then, it's just, I mean, the Vinsmokes are there anyway. The betrayal still happens. The whole thing is about the technology. So would she even do it? Once the Vinsmokes are there and she's got the cake, she might just want the big celebration for the party and the presents and stuff, because she is such. She makes the wedding about herself so much. She's like, oh, I can't wait to open these, open my presents. I'm like, oh, you suck.
If I understand correctly, it refers to a situation where the story builds up a problem that isn't a problem. So essentially, okay, I'm just gonna wait for him to explain.
It's Tupac. It's a funny.
It's really not. We're not. What we can't comment on every single thing. We'll be here all night.
The implication that something matters to the stakes of the story when it really doesn't. Whole Cake Island, as we'll come to find out,
I was a good person actually and didn't put the exploding cuffs on you. So you don't have to worry about that. But your father's still in actual real danger.
And go away and figure that out later, which is what she said. So those stakes are still there.
The
Plus,
tension of the exploding handcuffs is gone, but the rest is still there. Including being in Big Mom's territory and the assassination of his family.
and they have to escape. They have to gather all the people that are there and escape. So the tension is not fake tension. It's still absolutely there.
The tension is real until proven otherwise. The tension is real. The situation itself is not real. But we, the audience, and Sanji do not know it's not real until after the fact. That doesn't mean the tension is not there, because it was there.
And it still is partially there. What does Tupac have to do with fake tension? It was just a pretty picture that he could just put in shadows and black, and he desperately wants to be an African-American gentleman, but we're not going to talk about that.
is littered from head to toe in fake tension. Now, don't get it twisted. Fake tension is used in a lot of stories, not just One Piece. You'll find it in some of the best as well. It can be a good storytelling device to set up real tension. As I always say, it's the execution of this element that is vital.
I don't know what's going on there, Drizzt. I have never read Berserk, so you just saying that this is fake tension means nothing to me.
And
because
it's being
you
done
could be
well.
lying.
I have no idea.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on here. Somebody who knows
Black Cat
Berserk.
Pirate says, I was debating with a guy who thinks that because Drizzt watches people like Critical Drinker, he is making videos criticizing One Piece or something like that. And
Yeah, that's goofy.
Yeah.
You watching someone that does critically analyze something does not mean you can regurgitate the rough critical analysis they provide and think you are doing the same service to the series you're trying to criticize. You have to be able to actually understand the words and the phrases and the writing and things and not regurgitate them. There's a difference between memorize something and understanding something. I got a lot of NAs in history and social studies. I memorized the facts of those things, but I did not understand them.
And something like this, if he was truly listening to somebody who analyzes things properly, he would go, here's why this fake tension was done better than this fake tension. Instead of just going, a lot of things do it. And they do it well, too. Moving on.
But it's not used well here, because now the entire subplot concerning Sanji's physical well-being was a complete waste of time.
It wasn't a waste of time. It's still an issue in his mind.
Yes. And it also wasn't a waste of time because it shows that Reiju actually does care. And he wouldn't put she wouldn't put her brother in danger like that. So she went against her programming, which is what she said. Judge has control over her. And she put fake cuffs on him. That says a lot about her character, which you were complaining about earlier.
Zeph is a cool guy, and the dynamic between Zeph and Sanji is really good. So the implied danger to Zeph, one of the good things related to Sanji's character, means that handling it is a bit different than other things. You can't just throw it aside and make the payoff and time spent torturing Sanji irrelevant and not expect it to be satisfying for the story. If there is no reward for the audience, then it makes everything feel cheap. And on top of that, this scene makes everything Reiju has been doing make even less sense than how it already didn't make sense. Why didn't Reiju tell Sanji from the beginning that the handcuffs were fake?
When?
In front of Judge and all the handmaidens and everything?
When was she supposed to do that? When have they had a one-on-one conversation?
For what purpose would she say that they're fake? It was only after she realized that all the German were going to be killed that she's like, okay, now run.
You can run.
Why did she wait? She had no reason to not tell him since there was nothing preventing her from doing so, and we know her.
When, where, when. And would he run?
Her real desire was for him to leave all along. Judge never told her to not say anything because Judge didn't know. So why not tell him? What do you have to lose? Why does not telling Sanji not matter to the story?
When was she supposed to do this, Drizzt?
And again, even if she does do that, Zeph is still in danger.
What changes in the story by saying, don't worry, the cuffs are fake the second she puts them on? Is Zeph still in danger?
Yes. It is only when they're like, okay, so this is a grand betrayal. Now run. Otherwise, you and all the Straw Hats, the people that you like that I know definitively are here now, will die. Now run. Instead of just this, you will be married off, but you will be part of Big Mom's crew and you will be taken care of.
See how contrived this is starting to look? This was a lazy writing sequence that only hurts and belittles everything that came before it. We're not even halfway through Sanji's involvement in this arc and things are already pretty fucked up for some reason. Sanji leaves Reiju's room shortly after their conversation and he's basically chilling in the hall. At this point in time, he's supposed to be in his room like the rest of the Vinsmokes are, but the only reason that the guards aren't alerted is because Bobbin's little brother, for some reason, is sleeping in Sanji's bed and they think that it's Sanji so that they don't go out and search for him.
This was inconvenience.
Okay.
While Sanji is off by himself, he comes to realize Big Mom's intentions, like he should have a long time ago.
Based on what? The Straw Hats didn't know Robin's intention until they were literally told. Based on what?
But now that he knows them, he can make a decision. After coming to realize Big Mom's intentions, Sanji is trying to accept his death and go along with it? Because he thinks,
otherwise, if I run, my father and crewmates are probably dead. So if I die, at least they live.
I bartered a deal with Big Mom. The only recourse is hopefully she agrees to it.
This is the best way to avoid her wrath.
What's the problem, Drizzt?
it'll be the best thing to not incur the wrath of Big Mom? What? Not incurring Big Mom's wrath is a completely irrelevant point at this stage. I know most people are going to try and say that Sanji's emotionally compromised mental justifies everything that he does.
No.
But there's gotta be a limit to how far you're able to push this before it reaches unjustifiable heights. There have been several instances already where Sanji should have been convinced otherwise. We have the enraged army, we have the Straw Hats running around the castle, we have some of them being captured. Maybe if Big Mom's word meant anything, then it wouldn't be so bad. But everything Big Mom said to Sanji was thrown out the window as soon as he heard that the Straw Hats were captured.
He said she wouldn't kill him.
Yeah. She said that they would be let go. Sanji saw them about to be captured, and then the next time he talked to Big Mom, they were captured. And then later, some dude comes in and go, yeah, they're captured. And there's more Straw Hats running around.
Not a single one dead.
They weren't let go yet, but they weren't. There's nothing saying that they wouldn't be.
And thrown out the window twice after hearing that all of this was her setup to murder his family. Oda is going way too far in making Sanji look unreasonably stupid rather than creating empathy. So Bobbin strolls by and starts eating the meat from the bento that Sanji.
Like I said, what was he to do, Drizzt? You say that it's dumb with no offers to how to improve it. You gotta do that part. You can't just be like, no, this makes no sense. Improve it. I think it does make sense. What else is he supposed to do? That's what I would ask him if I was talking to him. You say it's dumb, whatever. What's he supposed to do? And why didn't you put that in your script?
Naki Hollis says, we can see one thing after today. We all got to see inside of a Zoro fanboy mind during Whole Cake.
Oh yeah, this is a problem because Zoro's not here, so he's going full force.
And he hates him some Sanji.
And seemingly, out of everything that's happened, this knocks some common sense into Sanji, who retaliates against Bobbin with force, slamming him into the wall. Point of note here. I have no idea why Bobbin is utilized like he is in this arc. After Sanji runs away, Bobbin, who is one of the first Big Mom pirates introduced in the story, makes a speech saying that he'll take care of Sanji, and then he says that even demons from hell make an appearance at Big Mom's tea party, whatever the hell that means. Right after the speech, Bobbin walks outside and gets gadded down by
Alfonso
the clown
Rodriguez says, so how are you guys doing so far?
Bad.
trio, and that's the end of Bobbin. You know, it's really funny because during the weekly grind for this arc, lots of people were under the belief that Bobbin might actually be strong and someone Sanji could beat up to make him look good. He had some sleep.
Who believed this when he has a bounty of about 100 million? He has this sleep paralysis thing, but what does he show to indicate that he has any level of strength?
That's just goofy people.
This is just some dude.
Literally some.
So why should we believe that Sanji would fight him to showcase his strength? Who are you talking about? Nobody shown. Of course.
Powers and
330.
Oh my god.
some shit. I don't know, man. It's yeah. After running away from Bobbin, Sanji goes out to the field even after knowing from the last info he received that they were captured when the enraged army walked past him. Kind of.
They said the Strides were on the loose. And he said, Luffy will be there.
Yeah.
Weird, but I guess Sanji just had blind faith that Luffy would escape capture, then...
Yes! He believes in his cap. What are we doing? How could you admonish him for not believing in Luffy earlier and then going, I guess he just has blind faith that Luffy will be there? How can you can't both be mad that he doesn't have faith and be mad that he has faith?
That's fine. It's Drizzt.
It's so goofy.
Be here anyway because of his promise. Sanji does end up finding Luffy. He's a little sassy and he provides Luffy the messed up bento. Luffy asks Sanji to come back with him and Sanji says no for 3 reasons. 1. He can't because he disrespected Luffy. 2. Sanji says that Zeph is being held hostage, which at this point in time, Reiju told Sanji to not worry about it, so this isn't true.
No, it is still
See,
true.
I told you that was his point. I told you. You wanted to separate the point because no man could be that wrong about a situation. No man can misinterpret a situation that poorly. And I told you that was his point.
Holy crap.
That he believes, that Rachel believes that it's not actually a problem. the f out of here.
Oh my goodness.
Also, it was the Germa that were looking into into Zeph and not Big Mom. So Big Mom would have to reestablish her network of where the Baratier is, or learn the information herself, and then send her people there, which is just a lot of resources for no reason.
That is something that Drizzt would say that.
But Sanji is just making excuses to push Luffy away. And finally, 3. His family is going to be killed and he can't abandon them. Then Sanji tells Luffy to buzz off and Luffy gets angry. Then Luffy awkwardly punches Sanji. It's a pretty weird punch. I think it would have been better if it was like a real punch, but whatever. Luffy yells at Sanji to tell him the truth.
Why was it awkward, Drizzt?
Look at the way his arm is. It's all rubbery and long.
Because he's a rubber man?
There's no reason for him to stretch and do punch.
Can I... This is on the clock. This is ridiculous. So my timestamps for quite some time were 31:30, 32:30, 33:30, 34:30.
That's not possible.
It is absolutely possible.
You're getting a timestamp a minute? Every minute?
This is ridiculous.
Luffy yells at Sanji to tell him the truth, which Sanji replies back with, "I want to go back to the Sunny." I want to take some time to analyze this section. This scene has a lot of good intentions, but I think it's missing elements in several places, which makes the message it's trying to deliver fall flat.
T-Rex 525 says, "Me need serious punch, not this goofy stretchy punch." Drizzt.
Apparently.
Meanie. Big, strong, regular fist.
At the end of Sanji's flashback, Reiju gives, quite literally, a redo of Saul's dialogue to Robin about how the sea is vast and someday Sanji will find friends who treat him right.
Nakama?
We don't need to see
Yeah, we're
this.
good. We're good. That's fine.
Yeah, we get it. It's a parallel. Cool.
He even copies the dialogue that Luffy has for Robin in Enies Lobby. He tells Sanji to tell the truth. Robin's flashback and the way it ties into Enies Lobby is beautiful. As a child, Robin's only friend was Saul, who ends up dying.
Yep.
Robin's entire life gets destroyed. Her mom dies. Her existence is labeled as
Oh no, people are saying skip it.
demonic. She spends the rest of her life on the run, jumping from crew to crew, being betrayed constantly by people trying to take advantage of her. She's never able to find a true family. Saul's
bro,
words
what
of
are you doing?
encouragement to her seem like a pipe dream because Robin's life is all despair. It's only when she meets the Straw Hats that things begin to change. There's a reason why she left the Straw Hats voluntarily. She didn't want her past to end up killing people she'd started caring about. Robin wanted to believe things were different. That's why she got so triggered when Aokiji started talking to her. Even after the Straw Hats tried getting Robin back, she refused. Robin couldn't stand the thought of the Straw Hats abandoning her, using her, like everyone else. Robin thought she was doomed to die one day. She'd rather sacrifice herself and die than live through the pain of believing that one day the Straw Hats will abandon her because of her burdens. Robin didn't believe in Luffy. She didn't believe anyone in the group would risk fighting the entire world just for her. And that leads to one of the greatest moments I've ever experienced.
I want to live. I understand. It's a fantastic moment.
This is where I tapped.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
For the first time in Robin's life, she had finally found a family.
Yeah, I read One Piece, Drizzt. I understand all of this.
I don't understand at this point, dude.
Oh my goodness.
What is-
You explaining all this bullshit that everybody know, but then you just go, oh, look at bad stretchy punch.
This context gives the scene such raw, unhinged power. Sanji's scene does not have the same power or anywhere close to it. Sanji's life is nothing like Robin's.
You can't. This isn't real.
Why?
Blaze Rider says, Hey, at least the recaps gets the video over faster.
True that. Who is this for, Chris? That is a good question.
Because they're similar like that, I don't see really the point in comparing them to be like, no, but Sanji,
but his good.
Sanji,
He's
he ain't do that like Robin over there. He's not. It don't work because Sanji don't have a life like Robin. No, she does. No, he doesn't. So let's talk about Sanji's life,
Which was also horrible.
we don't need to talk about it in a direct comparison like that.
And Saul wasn't her only friend. The other archaeologists were her friends.
Yeah, that whole thing was just because Robin's is good, Sanji's is bad. No.
Reiju's dialogue to Sanji about finding people that'll treat him right doesn't connect strongly.
His family hates him.
And has all this time, and they mock him, and he's been put in a metal mask and in dungeon.
Dude, one of my favorite collection of panels, just two next to each other, is Judge hugging all his kids and going, "My children!"
Oh,
and then Sanji just eating in a dungeon with a metal mask by himself on a small table right next to it.
So good.
It's such great imagery. Hey guys, it's me, Person. Sorry if you're in the middle of something. I changed my name. Okay, that's good to know.
That guy 15. I will try to remember that.
It's the guy. Oh, dude, Phil's going crazy.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
As soon as Sanji left the Vinsmokes, he found a loving family in the Baratier with Zeph, a foster father who raised him for years. And then he...
So
does that take
the
away?
issue is that Robin's was longer.
Does it take away the fact that he still had to find that loving relationship in life and stuff like that?
She dealt with it longer, so hers more worser. You are really trivializing his struggle because of another person's struggle.
And it's really just that one line of you'll find people that love you and stuff like that. We're not even talking about all the stuff that he went through. No, we're talking about that one line and the fact that he had those friends and then he had the Straw Hats. So he had double love where Nico Robin had to go through her life being all paranoid and stuff, and then she got the love. What the f is this?
How old was she when she got with the Baroque Works?
I think she was like 17.
So
The T-Rex 525 says, "You didn't have it as rough as Naruto."
Oh, man. It was a Clyde argument.
You just thinking about homework and the dishes and chores. You didn't struggle like Naruto struggled. That was, I don't know what he.
And then he doubled down. Good stuff there.
I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, "Well, hereby love you, Drizzt the drag down."
And that was it. That was where I had to stop because he just hates Sanji so much. He needs to just put him down at every turn. His problems, backstory, trauma, even his family. He hates Sanji so as much as Clyde loves Naruto.
2 Clydes in a row.
Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, this is goofy.
Yeah, and he goes up to an hour and 42 minutes talking about Sanji.
Dude, I've said this
It's
before.
nuts.
I couldn't talk about anything I love for an hour and 42 minutes. I'd go,
And this
is
Sanji hate is ridiculous.
it's next level.
I can't believe this.
He found a second family with the Straw Hats. Sanji had hope prior to the Straw Hats coming into his life. This is also one of the reasons why Sanji's logic in this arc doesn't work as well as how it did with Robin in Annie's Lobby. Robin being in denial and pushing Luffy and the Straw Hats away makes a lot more sense because it connects with her backstory and her character. Sanji doesn't have the same excuse.
No, pause. He does have the same excuse because the excuse was, don't come after me because these dudes will kill you.
They'll create a Buster Call and nobody can stop that.
And then, don't come after me because Big Mom.
And they'll kill Zeph, and nobody can stop that. It's such a big hate boner. He brings up Usopp?
Of course.
ZZ don't care, Drizzt.
I don't know what. Shut up with this Robin stuff.
Sanji was there with the Straw Hats when they risked it all for Vivi and Alabasta. Sanji even made a speech about it. Sanji was there when they challenged the world government. He knows exactly what the crew is all about, which makes his refusal to believe or trust them seem like bullshit.
Against the Yonko? And even if he does trust them, Zeph dies!
Yes.
Without the threat of Zeph, maybe he would have been like, yeah, let's get through this. Let's get out of here.
But this is something so far out of his control that he has to just submit to it.
Attempting to redo a character arc without taking into context what the story has already accomplished is not a good thing to do as a writer.
It's not redoing the character arc.
He's saying that he just copy pasted.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not it.
No,
There are
it's
similarities, but
it's just like the Soul Society Waco Monago argument. Yes, there are some definitely cyclical similarities and things you could point out. This is similar, this is similar, this is similar. But there's so many differences that just pointing out the similarities seems kind of in bad faith.
Really wish Oda hadn't copied Robin's flashback and moments into Sanji's here, because it would...
He didn't! All it was a line of the sea is vast and you'll find good people. Somewhere in this world is someone who will treat you right.
what a copy. Ugh.
It's such a generic thing to say to somebody that is going to be alone for a while.
Was always going to run the risk of being looked at in a lesser light because it inherently draws comparisons. Redoing an element of one of the most liked flashbacks in the story makes it feel cheap if you can't hit the same emotion.
I legitimately didn't even think about the comparison.
And he said an element. So loneliness, hoping to find people that love you, that's an element. I don't see a problem with you.
A flattering
reusing
and
it.
descriptive noun for Hope says, I really wish that Oda was just me, Drizzt's best at writing One Piece.
Oda was just me.
Emotional chords. And because the writing behind these circumstances and things leading up to it aren't good, the same emotional chords are not hit. I want to live, take me out to the sea with you hits a lot harder than I want to go back to the sunny.
Yeah, well, when you say it like that, but of course it's gonna hit harder because it was a much longer standing type of thing. Sanji had a lot of agency in the story. Robin was just scared and didn't have a lot of agency in it. Just like, no, I will go with you. Just don't and kill them. Don't do the Buster Call.
Plus, it was a long time coming for Robin. The whole thing was about learning to trust them, and Robin just calling them like shipwright and navigator and stuff like that. That says that she doesn't really trust them, and now we figure out why she doesn't trust them, why she's referring to them, because she's like, they're just gonna cast me out. So why learn?
It's really
about
a
these
coping
people,
mechanism.
Yeah. So that's what that whole thing was. So that was a multi-arc thing leading up to this one big moment. So of course it's gonna hit harder than, oh dang, that's what Sanji actually went through. Dang. I see nothing. That's not a slight on Sanji.
Just because Robin's was so powerful.
Yeah.
But then, are you going to bring up comparisons of Arlong Park in this? You leave, don't come back, I told you to leave? That type of thing?
Yeah, that was more powerful over there as well. You're just helping Drizzt.
How's it more powerful?
Because it was. Shut up.
Yeah, because it was pre.
Yep.
Here comes the pre.
And I said,
Oh!
You would think that he would get better images after all this time.
Based on what?
You have the time. You're editing. You don't for once go, that looks kind of jank. His head is just kind of stapled on. It's not even the same color of purple. That's fine.
Yeah, it's
Let's
like a
just
little,
give them reptile eyes and move on.
It's like a little too large. I don't know what it is.
But you can just look at the neck and the face and see that those are two totally separate, different purple colors.
Did they not?
Take that dropper in
Yeah,
Photoshop and just drop it in there and make that the same shade of purple. It's horrible.
You really don't like
It's really bad.
It looks more like they took the purple around the lightning and dropped it on his face, then matching it with the hands and such.
And the Emperor doesn't have red eyes.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Say all of that to tackle one of the biggest issues with Sanji and Whole Cake
Blaze
Island.
Rider says, I love how these images catch you off guard every time.
we forget about them.
Because then one comes up and I don't think about the next. Then the next comes up and I'm like, hey, were there 3 Emperor images? Oh yeah, with the hood. In the red shadows and stuff. I completely forgot about that one. And I'm sure it's already popped up in the video.
It most certainly has.
One of the biggest issues with Sanji and Whole Cake Island and Whole Cake Island in general.
Sleeves.
Afternoon, son.
Hey, did you not fade in that poorly cropped out Sanji head and just plopped it in when the scene was starting?
Afternoon, son.
Is that what happened there, Drizzt? Did you not fade in that poorly cropped Sanji head?
With Sanji and Whole Cake Island and Whole Cake Island in general.
Afternoon, son.
Hello, brothers.
Son, we're looking for the maniac.
Have you seen this man?
Oh, it's the maniac!
When you bring
So he was both SpongeBob and Patrick?
Yes.
What was that meant to convey?
Humor.
No,
In the extreme degree.
No. Beyond the humor aspect of it. Who was Sanji supposed to be and and SpongeBob the one it supposed to be?
Well, we'll hear that once he starts talking here, because he's going to explain that joke. And
Do you believe that?
I believe that I believe that.
Do you believe that?
in context from the rest of the story and don't simply look at what happened with Sanji in a vacuum, things get a lot worse. The way in which Oda handles the drama around Sanji's conflict with the crew is an insult to everything he accomplished with Usopp during Water 7. There are a lot of parallels between Water 7 and Whole Cake. We've gone over a few just between Sanji and Robin. But there's also a great number of things that parallel Usopp as
Triton
well.
Morris says, Duh, you don't believe and you're lying to yourself.
You don't believe.
Duh doesn't believe, so, I don't know who that is, personally.
Usopp leaving the crew is the
That
single
lady don't like to say my name.
Toei Animation. No, the issue is people do D and then small a instead of big A, or they'll do D.A and they'll just say link removed.
And I absolutely believe, because I believe in Drizzt, and I see no problem with believing in Drizzt. He
You
has not
do not
proved me
believe
wrong
in
one
Drizzt.
single time. He has not let me down.
Yeah,
one
he's
single
never
time.
proved you wrong.
greatest subplot Oda's ever written.
I'm sorry, what?
Crew is the single greatest subplot Oda's ever written. It pushed and tested the crew at a level which hadn't been seen prior to that point. They were on the verge of collapse. Usopp had his reasons for why he did what he did. The Mary was a cherished gift from Kaya that Usopp had taken care of since the crew first started. And unlike everyone else, prior to Water 7, Usopp was the only person in the crew who had seen the spirit of the Mary. He didn't know what it was at that point in time, but there's a deep significance to Usopp's connection to the Mary and why he was the one to see it. Usopp viewed the way that the Straw Hats were moving on from an injured and incapable thing like the Mary.
Who is this for?
Who indeed? And
As a-
and I hope this isn't like with the Sanji and Robin thing, because he explained all that Robin stuff, and then he just goes, Sanji ain't do that 'cause stinky, moving on.
Commentary towards himself. He's weak. he can't do the things that people like Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro can.
Yes, I read the manga when Usopp said these things, Drizzt. I know. Explain the stuff that's your opinions about how things can be better than just regurgitating what I already know, Drizzt.
The Mary is replaceable, then that meant he was replaceable. And this is what led to the situation between Luffy and Usopp to escalate the way that it did. Luffy didn't handle the situation well. The way he acted helped push Usopp farther away. But the circumstances help you empathize with Usopp. It's part of the reason why a large portion of the Straw Hats were instantly ready to welcome him back with open arms after Enies Lobby.
I was waiting for it. He said Luffy didn't handle it well. What didn't he handle well about that situation? He said that the Going Merry is irreparable. We have to leave it, otherwise we sink, and we're going to go to harder and harder places, and she's just going to get more and more banged up. We can't keep patching it. Let's go.
Copy and paste it from the wiki.
You know what I'm saying?
T-Rex 525 says, Usopp left of his own free will. Sanji has many cards against him from coming back. How are these the same DRIZZT?
Yeah, I don't understand.
It's crazy. But he's going to explain that because we know Drizzt.
Do we?
Usopp was family, and much like the audience, they just wanted him to come home. Which is why what Zoro did in Water 7 is one of the best moments in the entire series.
I love the scene. Underrated.
Interlacing.
Oh, ghosting too.
At the end of the day, Usopp crossed the line. It didn't matter that Usopp had snuck along as Soke King to help bring back Robin and Enies Lobby. It didn't matter how clutch he was when he sniped away from atop the Tower of Justice, or what his amazing speech to Luffy was like at the climax of the Lucci fight. Usopp having his own reasons and us understanding them didn't mean shit. He was wrong for—
Boy, what a fanboy. I love me some Zoro, but he is balling in this man.
I'm going to go ahead and pre-cog his argument. Sanji bringing the food to Luffy where he said that he was going to be was his apology.
And it's a difference in things because Usopp went, I'm leaving the crew and I will duel you, Captain. Whereas Luffy knew that Sanji was just lying.
Yes.
Usopp meant what he said. Sanji lied about it.
Sanji is forced to be in this situation, so he's doing whatever he can to put himself and everybody in the best possible situation. And Usopp was just like, I don't want to be cast away, so I'll leave before that happens.
what he did. And Oda wasn't afraid to put Usopp in the wrong. He held him accountable for his actions. It's one of the best things that authors can do to their characters. It's through the process of trial and tribulation, through atonement, that forge you into a better person. That's why Usopp needed to beg to come back to the crew. He needed to apologize for his misdeeds, not only for himself to move on, but for the crew. Zoro was right. A crew that doesn't respect their captain can't survive. And this is what is so frustrating about Sanji's situation. Somewhere between Water 7 and Whole Cake Island, the importance of character and continuity in storytelling was thrown out the window. This was something that was hotly contested and discussed for a long period of time as the arc went on.
Bro, the community sounds horrible.
I'm sick of him using the community as some sort of barometer of I am correct because the community was at arms about this thing. I'm sick of this.
What do you think, Drizzt? I don't
care about what you say the community was like when I can't see that because you're not providing any evidence. Am I to do my own research in the downfall of One Piece Part 3 where you're not providing it? You're just going to the community was like this. Please believe me. Please believe me. Just doesn't seem to care about Zeph and all he's done for something. Yeah, that's another thing. He's just like, nah, it'll be fine. It's all just a lie or something.
And there were 3 takes that were most commonly seen from people trying to defend the writing around Sanji. 1. People argued that nothing Sanji did during the arc was wrong.
That's goofy. There's no way he doesn't have 100% culpability in his action.
And there's no situation where things couldn't have been handled better.
But what was he to do in the wide scheme of things?
I think that Sanji was justified in his actions. He believed that what he was doing was correct. And that's
even
all
if it wasn't.
Yes, and that's consistency within the character, and that's all we can ask for. Even if it's wrong, even if it was proven wrong, he believed.
Even if we don't like the choice, even if we don't
like it, he believed in it.
He's just trying to protect his crew.
Who said these things, Drizzt?
During the arc was wrong. He was just trying to protect his crew because he's such a kind.
Hey, when you make a voice mocking a point, you are already poisoning the well of the point to make that point seem stupid. Yes. So now people are like, oh man, that point's stupid, without hearing what the actual point is.
You're just trying to protect his crew. Yeah, no, you're poisoning that well. I gotta pee.
Yeah.
I gotta poison that well if you catch my drift.
You should get that checked out.
I'm very sick.
And when he comes back, I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. The One Piece community is very toxic. One half is overwhelmed positive, the other is negative at a drop of a hat. I recommend avoiding going in a deep, very mob mentality. Yeah, I skim like the Reddits and some forums and stuff. I don't care for the most part of what other people are saying about One Piece outside of initial reactions to a chapter drop or revelation or something, just to see where people's heads are at. But for the most part, I don't care the discussion, the back and forth of it. I don't really care about that stuff. Get ready for the funny after the Usopp point. No, no. All right, you're taking over.
All right, tagging in.
I read Hollis's and Leo's about the funny after the Usopp.
Get ready.
Get ready for the next battle.
He was doing that for a reason, and you pointed out, Drizzt, how do you screw this up? Because he doesn't. He wants to hate on Sanji. That's the biggest thing. Drizzt really wants Luffy to be a tyrant. Yeah, I would love to hear his One Piece rewrite, really. But for this video, we were planning on doing it last Saturday, but I simply just did not have the time to reread One Piece Whole Cake, which was unfortunate. I would have liked to just get this over with, or get as much done as it could. But today and Saturday, we should. 3 hours left. All right, maybe not. This isn't a very good ratio here. Yeah, Tekken's fun. I love Tekken sometimes. I zoned out instead of asking if this video got better. How much worse did the video get? Misrepresenting the Sanji stuff, this whole synopsis and stuff, and just moving the on. It's getting bad.
Just moving the on.
And we're back. We're both back. We've got liquids in us and out of us.
Wow, I was going for the exact same joke.
Person. 2. People said that Sanji was wrong, but he was compromised and couldn't think straight. He had no good choices. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone because Luffy understands that's what's important, so no harm, no foul. Sanji goated. And at number 3, Sanji kicked videos in the community, frowned and said, well, here's I love you, Drizzt the drag down.
I was waiting for it.
His One Piece rewrite, Luffy is law. No, I think he wants Chopper to be law, and I think he wants Sanji out the crew.
And no, it'd be more Luffy is Zoro. And Zoro is just a bigger Zoro.
Why can't all the crew just be Zoros? Surprised you guys didn't tap. This isn't a tap stream. We're just both going to mutually go, all right, that's enough.
We got 3 hours left. I don't know how. He's got so much Sanji left.
Thanks for the super chat. Number 3. I'm
mad.
I made angry videos in the community frown.
And it did hit right on time.
One Piece community getting toxic as usual. One Piece community is always toxic.
Every community is toxic.
Every community is... communities are just conglomerates of people that share a mutual goal or a hobby or something.
So when something is being derided, they're of course going to defend it. And when they're praising something, they're going to overpraise it and bring down other things. It's crazy stuff out there.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of people that can look at the things and look at the flaws and just shrug their shoulders and go, I still like it. It's okay that it has flaws. I don't think those things are good. But I still like the series overall. You're going to get people that don't see flaws or just close their eyes and ears to the issues and just go, well, it happens in other things, so shrug shoulders. You're going to get a lot of bad things from every community. It's just the unfortunate nature of it. There was a fighting game producer who said something like, the only way to balance a fighting game, truly balance it, is to make a one-character fighting game. And that's the way I feel about a community. The second there's 2 people for a community, there's a chance that there's some toxicity going on. Because even if you overly agree, it can be a toxic. If you overly disagree, it can be toxic. It's just the nature of fans and people. People suck. Oh, the Walking Dead community was horrific at one point. Horrific.
Luffy to stop him from telling Usopp to leave the crew in chapter 331. So if Sanji kicked Luffy there and it wasn't a problem, then it shouldn't be a problem here for Luffy now or anything related to the Usopp crew drama. These defenses were, and always will be, shit. Sanji was 100% wrong. Just like how it didn't matter what the justifications were for Usopp, it doesn't matter for Sanji either. What happened?
Luffy knew that he was lying and doing these things out of something else. It wasn't just him going, yeah, you're an idiot, Luffy. You believe that, Sanji? Well, we're gonna fight.
What did he... Have he established what Sanji was wrong about?
Kicking Luffy. Fighting Luffy.
What's wrong about that? If that's what he believed, that just goes back in mind. This is what he believed is the best course of option. My goodness,
the My Hero community is toxic top 1. Of course, dude, Bakugo, they're number 1 forever. That's all you need to say about the dude.
Good.
Have you seen the spoilers?
Cool. Oh, we getting trash, huh?
Dude.
Oh, it's a one-way ticket to the dump, huh?
Dude.
Are we going shopping at the dump, huh?
It is quite possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in a manga.
Amazing.
I say this with no reservations. It is quite possibly the worst thing I have ever seen in manga.
Amazing. They are pissed at Nux because he was predicting their death. Yeah, I did see a little bit of that on Twitter. It's Nux ain't do nothing.
Sanji still respects Luffy. That was Zoro's problem with Usopp. Yeah, he disrespected the crew and the captain. He was going to get the captain's order.
Sanji was doing this for a good reason. I understand that you did that in a mocking voice, but this was Usopp's latent insecurities coming out. Whereas Sanji was like, I gotta kick you to get you out of here.
Chris, it's almost over with, and the trash is only getting better.
They say it's going to end this year, so...
Oh wow, we really still on Drizzt. I thought we would be done by now.
No. Could you pop up that timestamp?
Jay, you truly don't know us. And, here you go. Here's the timestamp.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we almost done.
We got 190 minutes left. We're almost done, though. I really want to use that for something. That poison in the well.
That's really good.
I really want to use it for something.
That's really good with the dumb purple face, red eye Drizzt. Oh, that's really good.
Happened. This meeting between Luffy and Sanji is also not an apology.
hand on fire.
Just because things turn out okay doesn't mean that this scene is something that it's not. And Sanji kicking Luffy in Water 7 is a false equivalency. That was before Usopp officially left the crew, and the important distinction.
And see, that's why I hate these types of arguments where you just go, people said this, and they're wrong because of this. I don't know who said this. I don't know how many people said this. I don't know what their full arguments are. You're just saying that people said this, and let me debunk this thing that people said.
Hey, I'm with you, Jay. If I can be out of here, I will.
But this is a problem.
It's not our fault. He makes hour to 12-hour-long pieces of...
is that Luffy was the person who was about to make a huge mistake and be in the wrong. One of the things that's not talked about enough, that I alluded to, is the fact that Luffy handled the situation with Usopp poorly. He let his emotions get the better of him. Luffy was an amateur. He had never been in that situation before. You can even see in the way that Luffy tries to break the ice to Usopp about the Mary in the argument that there is blame on both sides. This is why Luffy is the one who apologized after being kicked, and not even Zoro had a problem with it.
Pause.
Everyone was involved.
But again, how does he handle this situation when you clearly can't talk this dude off the ledge and you clearly can't keep this ship? Yes, he let his emotions get the better of him. But what other course of actions could he take? Again, you're just saying that he handled it poorly. You explained why he handled it poorly. Now what could he have done to handle it better, Drizzt? Not let his emotion get the better of him? And where does that lead? Right back here to this fight.
No, you can have the ship and they just leave? Is that what would have happened there?
Involved in the situation. Sanji was heated in the moment, but he wasn't overstepping his bounds. Usopp then went over the line, changing everything. Now, if Sanji had kicked Luffy, mocked his dream, made fun of him, then proceeded to beat the shit out of him to the point of being bloody and unconscious, then we'd have a different situation in our hands.
Pause. Luffy was unconscious for all of a second. I don't really see that as an issue because again, if Luffy wanted him to not kick him, he would not be kicked.
Speaking
Luffy
of,
allowed the disrespect.
there's only so much blame that can be placed into Sanji's character until you inevitably have to bring Luffy into the discussion. It's Luffy who exonerates Sanji from any and all accountability. Luffy hits Sanji for not being honest with him, but Luffy himself doesn't say or even think that what Sanji did was wrong. He reaffirms all of his actions.
Is he supposed to admonish Sanji for making a hard choice and lying to himself and feeling the pain of what he was doing? And just go, yeah, but you were in the wrong and I need an apology before we start helping you.
That was a very naughty thing that you've done, Sanji. No.
This dude is a goofball.
You were in an unwinnable situation, Sanji. Shut the up and stop lying, and let's handle this big mom stuff. Luffy
Action.
isn't the type to yell, apologize. You hurt my feelings.
That's right.
Look at my tooth.
Apologize.
And because Luffy does this, Sanji never has to come to grips with the error of his ways. Luffy acts in a manner that says it's okay for Sanji or anyone to do what he did.
Pause. And again, I said it before, but him coming to that spot that Luffy was going to be
Drizzt said
at,
that wasn't an apology.
it is an apology.
He said it wasn't. He said just because things worked out doesn't mean it was an apology. You didn't hear that part?
No, him coming to that spot.
Yeah, no, that's what he said. He said him coming and delivering the food just because things worked out, it's not an apology.
No, just because things worked out is the problem. I don't think...
No, he said this was
A flattering
not an
and descriptive noun for Hope says.
No, but that's the
Yes,
problem.
because Usopp's 100% free will in his situation. And Sanji's 0% free will in his situation are the same thing.
It's nowhere near the same thing.
Yes, Usopp did that of his own volition, his own choice. Whereas Sanji went, I have no other choice, or this is the best choice I have at the moment, I believe.
To save everyone possible. Even if it means I'm in a bad situation. But Drizzt just saying is not an apology. That's not proving anything.
Has Drizzt ever proved you wrong?
It is absolutely an apology because he trusted in his captain enough that he would be in that situation, and he knew that Luffy would not be eating anything.
Hey, what happened in that chapter? In those chapters, I can't remember if he said I'm sorry.
I don't think he did.
Maybe he said I'm sorry about the food being all mixed up.
I can see that.
This guy argues like a child. What's with the bad faith exclusion of the gravity of the situation? Because Sanji bad.
Because he has to make the situation as bad as possible in order to prove his points that not only Sanji is bad, but One Piece has fallen.
Yeah, Sanji can't be good. That's what the answer is. I truly don't understand it. Because there's like 80% of the possibility of a point.
The skeleton is there.
Yes, and then Drizzt just goes, the meat of the skeleton is like pudding. That's not how you make a human.
Yeah, he did not apologize.
Okay.
And that's because Luffy will not and does not care about his role as a captain in the story, which goes against the entire Usopp subplot. Luffy and Sanji both agree with Zoro about how a crew should...
You truly do not understand the differences of the two scenes.
And he needs to explain why Luffy doesn't care about his role as a captain.
Just imagine that you are wronged because the other person had no other choice. Let's just say your best friend has a gun to their head. And the person with the gun to their head says, beat up your friend or I'm gonna kill him. And he beats you up, and then the next day you go, you need to apologize to me.
I demand an apology for hitting me.
Just like, imagine that.
What else could I... What did you expect? Bam! No!
T-Rex 525 says, I want to repeat, someone oked this script.
Someone okayed the script. Somebody was just like, this is cool. He is in the wrong, and you're right, Drizzt, and you beat up them phantom straw men. You get them. Yeah, this is what the community said.
Function. And they both went through to the end with how they agreed that they should act with Usopp, to the point of being willing to sail away and leave Usopp stranded on Water 7 alone, to prove what disrespecting your captain and leaving the crew means. I know it's easy to say, oh well, it's just Luffy being Luffy, but that is not...
No, that's not what happened there. Gun to the head situation. I just explained it. Drizzt, if that were to happen, do you believe that your friend should owe you an apology? Let's just say it's your boss. What would you say if your boss came up to you and said, you need to apologize for what happened yesterday? How would you feel in that situation? This guy is
the only recourse that you had.
I cannot believe it.
And it's not just Luffy being Luffy. He understood the situation as best that he could. Sanji was lying, and he only did these things because he was lying, because he thought it was the best option. So he did these things. Why apologize? This is... More you think about this, Sanji beat Luffy with the kindness of his heart. Luffy understood, which is why he didn't fight back. Yeah, that was kind of what happened. He wasn't really
not a good enough...
I don't think that Sanji went all out.
Oh, definitely not. He probably could have killed Luffy, honestly.
Especially off guard like that, hockey and everything.
Yeah, he didn't use his hockey. I think he just kicked him real
He
hard.
might have. He got the black legs.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows?
But that is not a good enough excuse in the situation. We aren't playing pirate games here. This is serious. Do you care about the story? Do you care about its messaging? Because you should. Oda completely ignores what he's done with his own character writing.
No, you're ignoring the context of the two scenes.
Instead of just, these scenes are similar, so they should have ended in a similar manner. With a groveling apology. That's all he's looking at it as. And it's ridiculous to do that.
I really want to see how this man acts with his friends.
Yo, canceled.
I think Jade the Legend would allow. I think he'd give him the pass. I don't understand the YouTuber community for One Piece. Do you care about One Piece, Drizzt?
He makes it so that no character learn from the past and move forward with it. Luffy is in the wrong in forgiving Sanji in the way that he did.
I wish I could talk to Drizzt and just
Yeah, I don't.
That was what I just said, Drizzt. Do you believe there?
He did not prove his number.
Drizzt said the N-word live once?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Hard R or
I think it was hard R. I can't exactly remember.
hard R or soft A? What he did? What? Yeah, I never heard that. What are we doing?
He absolutely did. Jay the Legend did a whole big stream of just like a fake apology thing, and they just laughed it off.
There's no way that happened. Don't look it. Don't
I'm
bring
not
it.
gonna look it up. It happened.
It
You
did.
believe me or you can't. But
It didn't
Blaze
happen.
Writer says, doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, with all this Nazi bush. What are we doing?
you know what we're doing. You know what he wants to be.
They're not the same. Drizzt God.
Yeah, he just doesn't understand that.
It's always shocking to me, these analysts and the critics and stuff that go, how can people not understand this isn't good writing? But then they don't understand the context of the very scenes put in front of them.
It's very context dependent, just like with the Robin thing. And he just goes, nah, they're the same, so everything should be the same, and this thing is better because this is better, and this one's worse because it's worse. Oh no, the funny is coming.
That was a lot of quotes for that giant funny. You guys got to be friends with Drizzt. You got so many videos with him. I feel like I would not get along with Drizzt. You know, talking to him in a debate type of manner, I feel like would not go very well.
I also think that, based purely off of that whole kid is standing next to Law and
The
Luffy,
alliance thing.
and they're doing the same action, so they're in an alliance.
God, dude.
No, an alliance is this. No, this is basically an alliance, which he said he wasn't going to be in, so it's inconsistent, so shut up.
He says that he believes in authorial intent, and the authorial intent there was a formal pirate alliance, not two groups of people grouping up at one injunction when they're just happen to be in the same area at the same time. It's like saying in cops and firefighters have an alliance when they catch an arsonist. Like, that's not an alliance. Shut up, I'm not inserting ads.
I've noticed that this happens a lot with newer fans whenever they reach Whole Cake, and it happened a lot during the arc itself. You'd hear people say, if Zoro was there, he would have blank. It's not a coincidence that this is brought up, and it's not wrong either. Zoro would have been pissed at what happened on both sides, and this has nothing...
I see a lot of newer fans go, if Zoro was here, they would have. And then he just goes, if Zoro was there, he would have been pissed on both sides. He does the thing that he goes, newer fans would have done.
to do with any bullshit Zoro versus Sanji agenda. Surely, I've ripped on both of these characters enough to avoid that cancer. Those guys are friends. They hold each other to...
Hey, why wasn't Zoro mad that Vivi punched the out of Luffy?
Because anime senpai.
But, I mean, isn't that
Yeah, it is.
essentially the same situation? But with the context of what happened in that situation, you understand what happened.
Context.
Wait, what? When Sanji goes, Jinbei, your apology is not enough, Drizzt got mad at that.
He did. Huh. Nah. Context.
higher standards. Past the thorny exterior, Zoro was concerned for Sanji after learning what happened in Zou, and given their relationship, had Zoro been there, he probably would have reacted more harsh than he had ever been in the story. Sanji would have essentially betrayed their friendship.
Pause. Okay, I believe that he wouldn't have acted as harshly. Now what? Now we just have two beliefs on what the character would have done based upon past things. The Vivi thing and the Usopp thing. Now what? These are two different interpretations of the same character. Both are in character. Now what? You're not doing anything with this, Drizzt. When you do say what would have happened or what should have happened, it's trash. So maybe you're better off just not saying what should have happened.
Leo Luster says, it's not like Drizzt is biased at explanation point anyway.
No, there's no bias here. He's an objective. People will literally say if blank was here in literally any situation where a prominent character isn't present. It's a lot of headcanon going on.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton.
Silent agreement between them. That moment in Thriller Bark and what they mean to Luffy. And it goes deeper than that, because it'd be worse for how Zoro would have reacted.
But you gotta understand context. Just like when people are like, oh, Luffy, Usopp told Nami to lie about Luffy being a pirate king and it was okay. He was concerned for her well-being. It's okay to lie, Nami. It's just fine. Just survive. Even though he himself couldn't let that bush slide when that Mole said it to him. And he wasn't like, what were you thinking, Nami? He knew what time it was. Because Sanji's lying. Usopp wasn't. Usopp wanted to leave. He was completely serious. He was 100%, this is my choice, and I will fight you for my ship. Sanji went, you're a miserable pirate. I don't want to associate with you. I love it here. I'm going to live a happy life, and I'm going to kick you. And Luffy went, you're a liar, Sanji. You're the one in pain. I will wait here for you. I won't eat any food that's not yours. And he flips around when it starts raining and says, not even a drop of syrup.
Good.
Not even a drop.
The best that we can expect is an apology for lying. Not the kicking, not the I was wrong in what I believe, just the lying. That's the best that you can hope for. But even that, it doesn't matter. Which was point number 2.
To Luffy. Luffy allowing Sanji to disrespect him, only to follow through on making the mistake that Zoro prevented him from making with Usopp would have been an issue without a doubt. This wouldn't have been...
I have doubt. So how do you prove that? Because we have the Vivi situation as well. So how do we prove it? Just let me know. What do you say to a even hour and we're out?
That's good.
Something that was ignored. You'd have to be completely ignorant to think otherwise.
Hey, you're ignoring the context of the scenes. Are you ignorant?
Which is completely... I just can't believe this just equalization of everything.
Zoro wasn't lying when he said that he'd be the first one to leave next time if Luffy fumbled again. Shit's got nothing to do with agenda. Nothing. but you can only go so far.
If the guy who's my captain lets people step over him. Sanji was not stepping over him. He was lying in the situation to quote unquote protect him. How do you not get this?
So when Nami punches Luffy and calls him an idiot, should Zoro just start swinging his sword like apologize or get off the ship because you disrespected the captain? It's context dependent. Being called an idiot, that is absolutely a disrespect. But if he's being an idiot, you get that call out and you get that punch.
With hypotheticals. The fact of the matter is that Zoro wasn't in Whole Cake, and word of it never spread around. But there was a character present in...
I don't know if I'm smiling ironically or not, or I don't know if I'm smiling at what just happened, the fact that it's funny, or your face. I don't know which one it is, but I'm smiling. You are not, I see. Care to explain?
Drizzt versus Strawman.
Get him! Purple face Drizzt with the red eyes is super good. Yeah, I don't think that just showing a butt when you say the word butt is particularly humorous, I'll say, about that.
Leo Luster says, speaking of face, why not Cam?
Wasn't even thinking about it. I mean, it's literally right there. That's all it was.
Saturday? Yes or no? Put it out there. Roll the dice.
Yeah, I don't care. We can do it Saturday.
You promised. You heard him. If he doesn't do it, you get him.
Fact of the matter is that Zoro wasn't in Whole Cake, and word of it never spread around. But
it's a poorly photoshopped butt too.
Yeah, but it wasn't supposed to be on screen for this long, so you're not supposed to. It's just supposed to like, oh, what was that, a butt? And then you laugh.
Is that what you're supposed to do? Is
Yeah.
Is that what he was going for?
What else could he be going for? What else could he be going for?
When he dropped this on the timeline, was his thoughts, this is gonna get him?
What else could he be going for?
I can't get inside this man's mind.
Oh,
it's an enigma.
So here's what just happened. I complained about Drizzt about not telling what should have happened in the story. Mm-hmm. Now I'm saying to you, what was Drizzt's intention, and you don't have an answer. You're just doing the Drizzt right now. Negative 10.
Yeah. My argument's negative 10. I accept that.
there was a character present in the arc that played the role of Zoro.
Nami?
At first. Nami. It's the one character that people like to ignore when talking about the Luffy and Sanji drama, and that's Nami. Yep. Nami is the one that held Sanji accountable for his actions after Sanji beat Luffy. Nami was within her right when she slapped Sanji. Nami also knew, prior to coming to Whole Cake, that Sanji had his reasons for doing what he did. She was the person arguing with Zoro about making light of other people's issues. Nami was correct when she told Luffy that it didn't matter what Sanji's reasons were for hitting him. He's wrong. I think it's understated how loyal Nami is to Luffy.
Paul,
when Nami...
She didn't say that Sanji's wrong. He said that was the point where Luffy was just like, no, this is some bull crap. And Nami went, no, he's turned. We out of here. This says nothing about Sanji is wrong.
You guys sit next to each other when you record, right? Correct? Right next to each other on my bed.
Slaps Sanji. She slaps him for Luffy and because of the betrayal. She's angry at the lengths he went to in order to prove his point against Luffy. After Sanji leaves and the weather on the island gets bad, the enraged army is on its way, Nami is the one who begs Luffy to move to safety to avoid unnecessary damage. But something people don't talk about is how Nami, the perpetual scaredy cat, stays with Luffy. She sticks by her captain, through thick and thin, to the bitter.
I talked about that. What are you talking? Okay, Drizzt. You could just say that nobody's talking about this. When it is a huge
Luffy X Nami is not it. It is not the way.
Yeah, I'm not about that.
They are a brother and a sister
at best.
End. At the point in time that Nami and Luffy were fighting the erased army, it's a life or death situation. They have no reason to believe that the main goal is for them to be captured. Yet Nami's there.
I said, let's get to an hour, and then he comboed us into this cringe.
The butt and then the raisin. You're not laughing? I'm smiling again.
No.
By Luffy's side, ready to die. This is one of the realest things in the story. After Sanji rejoins the crew, Nami tells Sanji that she'll never forgive him, and there's a gag centered around it. And people like to believe that this entire concept is all just for laughs, but that's wrong. Nami, at this point in time, still believes that what Sanji did is a fucking issue. Nami says this is not the time and place to resolve the conflict. She knows and understands that these things need to wait until later because the crew is in danger. There is a real possibility of consequences if infighting happens. It's best to get to safety first. There's no way you can argue that this is all just a joke.
Pause. No, nobody's arguing that that's all just a joke, but the I'll never forgive you is a joke because it goes through Sanji. The word bubble goes through Sanji, and the fact that she says, I'll never forgive you, there's no way that she will never forgive him for that. Are you telling me
especially
that?
Especially since the first time he gets back on the Sunny, she hugs him.
Yeah. There's no situation where Sanji can be forgiven for that situation. No, that is the joke part. But we don't know exactly what she means when she says this. We don't know if it means an apology, just a sitting down and talking about this, a full explanation about everything that happened, because I don't think at this point that they got that yet. No, it's not just brushed off as purely comedy. She is a level-headed person in this situation, but she's not going, you need to apologize. It's like, no, we need to talk about this later.
Gene, I am roughly into shipping in appropriate times. There are just two I never get, and that's Luffy and Nami, because I feel like they're just too much of siblings or family to actually be romantically involved in any way. And Zoro Robin. I just don't get people's fervor for it because of that one interaction they had when she first got on the ship or something.
And plus, they're two of the level-headed people.
I mean, so is Jambe. Are we gonna do?
Yes, they do.
Robin Jambe?
Oh, absolutely. Because they stood next to each other and talked to each other in Wano.
But that's like mother-father bullshit.
Yeah, and mother and father are...
No, that's not... No, that's like...
Banging, exactly.
No, not necessarily. They can be separated. Yeah. You don't know what goes on in the life of people.
Or they can just both be dead. Yeah!
I hope one of them is. Oh, you meant us. I get you. Uh-huh. Yeah. That's hilarious. Can Jinbei die, please? Did any of you guys used to be Tashigi x Zoro? I
wouldn't mind that.
I liked Tashigi Zoro.
I like them together. I just don't think that every single male, female, female, whenever people have good dynamics, that they should just be together. That's all I think about shipping.
Robin X, any Straw Hat is wrong. Robin is group mom. Yeah, I feel that way. I've seen a lot of Robin X Chopper, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? Robin X Nami is the only way to go. I wouldn't mind Robin Nami.
DA is right. I don't know what I'm right about, but I am right. Yeah.
Our parents being dead?
That's a fact.
Is a writing promise built into the conflict to get a true resolution. At this point in time, there was room for Oda to do a complete follow-through of the crew drama. The fact that Sanji didn't apologize, that he hit Luffy, that he went overboard, and even the...
does Nami know that Sanji did not apologize yet? There's no way that she can know that.
Hey, I'm big into Robin X Frankie.
That's a good one, though. That's a good one. But yeah, there's... I don't know. You're just saying that, so we don't know what information that Nami has, but she hasn't had an opportunity to talk about this yet. So we don't know. She's even talking about me and you, Sanji, need to talk about this, or me and Luffy need to talk about this. We don't know exactly what she's talking about, Drizzt. So you can't just implant that she's just like, Muff, you get down on your knees.
DA right about Jinbei x Robin lol.
Oh, good. That too, I guess.
You know, one ship I really like, and it involves a character I just can't stand, and that's Koala.
Sunny?
No, Koala and Sabo. I love Koala.
Oh yeah, Koala's amazing.
I hate Sabo. And yet, I love their dynamic,
You're
so
gonna get
I
some
would
heat
love
for that.
Yeah, I would love that. There's some Law X Robin popping up. Who are we?
Don't you remember they sat down and talked and they were talking? And
Not every interaction is...
Yes, it is. That's what shippers do. And that's why I don't like it.
I like shipping when it feels like there should be something there. Like Natsu and
Lucy.
Yeah. I feel like there should be something there. And Kelly was pissed that ain't happened.
The fact that Luffy forgave Sanji.
Luffy X Dinner is the real MVP.
This all would have been okay, because Nami seemed like she was going to be the character that would reinforce what we saw in Water 7. This all could have gone somewhere. But Jesus Christ. Oda completely drops the ball. Nami's issue with Sanji is never touched on again for the rest of the arc, nor is it touched upon ever. Not even in a gag. The crew drama is forever dropped in an arc.
It wasn't a drama.
It wasn't a drama, dude.
That's what it is.
Nami hurt him by saying that, which was the intention. And beyond that, she, again, immediately hugs the guy.
And the conversation would go, why did you do that? Because my hands were threatened, because my father figure was threatened, because you guys were in the realm of a Yonko, and there was nothing else I can do. Okay. What is the conversation that you're looking for, Drizzt? From beginning to end.
Yeah, but still say sorry.
Sorry.
But why?
Oh, crew drama! That's what I wanted! A panel, a page!
He literally wanted Nami to go up to him and say, Sanji, you were wrong for doing that. Apologize.
It's all just the apology thing. He wants that apology.
Is he DSP?
Got that apology fetish.
Sir, can you please apologize? The Sir stuff in Wings. Oh, I love the Sir meme.
Where one of the messages is supposed to be that Sanji being a failure is a good thing. All of the good-natured people around Sanji act as if he's fucking perfect. But
who acts like that?
Yeah. Reiju does, because she's seen the kindness.
And in comparison to her family, who are unfeeling monsters.
Pudding does, because she was shown a genuine act of kindness.
And even they don't go, he's perfect.
Capone only went with his plan after he tasted the cake.
Literally was back and forth with Sanji about poisoning it.
Everyone who said he's perfect.
Yeah, her idea of kindness is really because again, all she got is
these horrible warmongers who don't really have any sort of empathy.
But he's not. And that's not a bad thing. Sanji being wrong isn't a bad thing. It's okay for your good characters to make bad choices. That's what Usopp did. And he came out at his peak by the end of Water 7. And you know, something that added a layer to the crew drama in Water 7 is that Usopp spent a lot of time in Enies lobby with Zoro. You know,
Whoa,
the
Zoro!
same guy.
Zoro! Holy crap, this dude.
like this is
Hop off that meat. What are you doing? You gonna get chafed.
man riding the sword hard.
Who would then go on to argue for Usopp not being allowed back into the crew without consequence. And did you guys ever notice that when Usopp finally apologizes, Zoro has one of the most important reactions?
A flattering
Zoro
and descriptive noun for Hope says, if Zoro was at Marineford, he'd have killed Sangoku and Ace would have lived and joined the Straw Hats. And Ace and Zoro would have a three-way with Kid, Drizzt. I am the best at writing, king of slander.
He just wants all of his characters to just be on top and favored and high-fiving each other. Law's better than Chopper, shut up.
Even more than anyone, wanted his faith in Usopp to be rewarded. He wanted to believe. but not enough to ignore the principles that the crew had established.
What does this reaction say, Drizzt? You said he had one of the most important reactions, and he's smiling and saying Usopp. How is this one of the most important reactions? He's relieved that his friend is coming back to the ship. Show Robin and she'll have a smile on her face as well. And you could be like, well, Usopp came to her and he hid in the cape and he defended her against CP9 members, so that's the relief that Robin is showing. Say that and it applies. It'll apply to anybody.
How they should operate. The same should have been the case with Luffy.
No, you wanted the same to happen here, but the context is different. The scenes are different. The reasoning is different.
Zoro fans need to be stopped.
And that should have been the case with Sanji, and Nami, and Whole Cake. They deserved to hash out their issues. They didn't
have issues.
It wasn't an issue.
Deserved to spend time together. Nami deserved to have the spotlight in keeping the crew together. Sanji deserved redemption.
What do you mean keeping the crew together? They were
Redeemed
never fractured.
Redeemed from what? Luffy knew he was lying from the outset.
There's not a problem within the crew that needs to be held together.
Sanji should have
back. We both had separate issues with what he said, sentences apart.
Risen and shown above all of his flaws to come out on the other side as a better man, having conquered his demons. It could have been the single best character.
Usopp did not conquer his demons because he's still a fraidy cat. The only thing that he does have is they won't throw me away. But they did throw their other crewmate away when it was useless. But they won't throw me away. That's all he did. But other than that, what did he learn? What growth did he have?
Writing Oda's done since the pre-time skip. He had everything set up. The drama, the conflict, the desperation, everything.
And after the art, after eating, Nami was just supposed to walk up to him and go, "You was real wrong for that."
Yo, what was all that about?
And he was supposed to go, "I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Couldn't you say the carrot scene is what that is? Where it's not crew drama, but him feeling the impact of what he did and Carrot going, "It's all right."
One of my favorite scenes.
It's
he's looking at the ocean like he died because he came back for me. Yo, that's all you. That one scene is just like, put her in the crew. This is all what you got. Now I will say this: there was one scene that I liked in Whole Cake, but it was unfortunate because Luffy had just done it for Jambe. I mean. Mm-hmm. But Luffy had just done it where Luffy's just like, everybody shut up about Pedro. Let's get the out of here. We gotta go. Otherwise the sacrifice will be for nothing. And then Luffy hops in the mirror and everybody's still just sad about it. And Jinbei essentially says the same thing. I'm like, if you'd have taken away that Luffy part, that'd have been good. But Luffy just said this.
He had it all lined up to hit a home run, and he walked away from the plate, went home, and played Fortnite instead.
You say that he was in position to do a home run by doing the same thing that he did before. I don't understand that.
And how would Sanji have been redeemed with just a sorry? How would Nami have been improved by having Sanji apologize?
Naki Hollis says, "I figured it out. Drizzt had to have eat the gauk fruits. So that's why he can still found a way to blow Zoro even when he's not here."
They got the double-handed gawk action.
Hasn't been awakened for 800 years.
And we get this slop fed to us. Sanji...
No, okay, so this is what... How does it improve Nami to go apologize for being forced into an action like that?
And taking a course of action that you thought was best in a cart full of enemies, essentially surrounded by enemies in a Yonko's territory. Apologize for all of that. because you kicked Luffy when he allowed himself to be kicked. Now apologize. I apologize. That's all I wanted.
Ah, that tied it all up. Yes. Now it's good writing.
Gawk, gawk.
Where's Zoro?
Is a worse character because Oda refused to hold him to the same standards as Usopp. Luffy is a worse cast because he didn't learn anything from Water 7. And Nami, Jesus, Nami is shit on. Her loyalty, nothing. Her status in the story, nothing. The potential for this writing, gone. This is the only serious crew-related plot point in the entire time skip, and it's one of the worst things Oda's ever done. It's
It's one of the... No, it is one of the true first ones.
The potential for this writing, gone. This is the only serious crew-related plot point in the entire time skip.
The only serious crew-related plot point in the entire time skip. You believe this to be a serious crew-fracturing thing.
When it's not.
When Luffy recognized it for what it was.
I mean, it's a pretty big drama that Nami's cool with a dude that essentially caused her whole life to be really, really bad. When he's just on the ship and he just apologized and she just accepted it. That was a pretty big drama. Even though he wasn't essentially on the crew yet, he had been asked. This is something that he wanted. He wanted that big fracturing in order for it to be the big crew-related drama.
And it's one of the worst things Oda's ever done.
Cool.
It's unspeakably bad.
Yep, it is.
How anyone can spin this into a positive is beyond me.
Anybody.
Make no mistake, folks. This is awful writing.
I agree.
In no way, shape, or form should this receive a pass.
Not a single way.
That was a large tangent. We're going to continue.
That is a mic switch or
Yeah,
a day
I was about
switch
to say.
or something.
The
That
quality
is
was
named
completely
the
different.
same quality.
With Sanji post returning to
we're
the
in
crew.
German now, so this will be a good place.
Yeah,
to
let's
stop
go
if
there.
you want. Okay. Woo! Put up the Drizzt pictures. Drizzt. Yeah, put up the Drizzt picture.
We all
put
know
up,
what they are.
Put up the dead pictures. My goodness. We could download those Drizzt pictures and just have those chilling. Yeah, I want him to get better. But this is a hard arc to do that when you just essentially just it's just
ignore
a Sanji
context.
bullshit. This isn't like the Robin stuff, so it's not good. This isn't like the Usopp thing, so it's not good. He didn't apologize.
So it's not good.
Really? Really though?
Crew fracturing, not good.
Whew.
Yep.
Back in the saddle.
We never left.
We have never left for a single second.
Can we leave?
I would like to leave. I would like to not come back to Drizzt.
And yet. We
Wano is going to be a problem.
Yeah, he really did not like Wano. And if he's willing to do in this for whole cake.
And like I said in the Discord, I feel like I would agree with him in a lot of stuff with Wano if it's structured properly, which I know for a fact that it won't be.
Factually.
Because if you remember back to when we were going through that Wano rant that he did, one of the issues was, Sanji just flew away and then he got caught and he's a stupid person when he didn't know that other people could use the moon step. That was one of his issues. So we have to go, that's not he didn't know. He's not stupid for something that he didn't know.
Yeah.
So if that's the level of his critique, I gotta go back and we need to hit that after this. Just to see if anything. That whole cake rant. Just to see if anything matches up or if he changed any of his opinions.
Yeah. We could do that probably.
Yeah. Coming back to Drizzt, it probably wasn't the best. It probably should have eased back in with something.
Actual revisited first.
That cat. That's a good one.
I'm actually going to... Where's the playlist? Image slideshow. Take that away for a second.
Dumb clapping face. Whew.
And this needs to be bigger. Y'all not gonna see y'all text for a while. Yeah. Yeah, that's just fine. Funny situation. I was in the bathroom earlier and I heard "You Don't Know You're Beautiful" by One Direction, and I thought I was going crazy, but it turns out it was coming from the vid.
That's an oddly specific thing for someone to be playing.
Today was a good day for doodles. Yes, sir.
When he said "You're Beautiful," I went, "Oh, James Blunt, that song? Why would somebody be
Yeah,
listening to
yeah.
that in the year of our Lord 2022?"
I'm surprised you still remember the name.
I like that song. I liked that song.
Well, yeah, Mama played it like 30 times a day.
It was also just a good song.
Again, did you like it because you thought it was good, or did you hear it so many times so you started thinking it was good?
I don't think that's how the human mind works. And
It
you
is
can't prove me
precisely.
otherwise.
I need to get a triggered type of website that has no sources. Y'all, I'm probably not making that trigger video anymore. I want nothing to do with that, man. I'll probably release the script just so y'all will see the direction I was going, but I just want nothing
It's
to
just
do
kind
with
of not worth it.
I want nothing to do with that, man. You read the wrong One Piece, Drizzt. Don't blame it on Oda. Sanji, your awful family kidnapped you, threatened to kill your dad, and blow up your arms. How dare you be slightly mean to Luffy as an act? With the scene like Sanji being forced to apologize, Nami would be unbearable. Yeah, people say she was nagging.
Yeah. That'd be a bad scene if she was like, "You need to apologize."
How can anyone spin this to be bad writing is beyond me. How can anyone not like this? I can understand not liking it, but just going, this is objectively bad writing or critically bad writing, I don't.
This doesn't
when
make
you
any
don't
sense
understand the scenes and just
and
ignoring
just
the
it's
context.
not like that.
Whole Cake Island stink because of Sanji.
We got some hour left of the Sanji hate.
It's not fair being this dumb. Like, Drizzt is lucky for being so unaware.
I've always said to be so dumb is complete bliss.
Bliss.
Nothing bothers you. Just let it roll off your back.
Listen, here's the sitch. Kaboom! I don't know why, but I love sitch. Here's the sitch. Kaboom! Whole Cake Island may have flaws, but it's still good. I feel like there's nothing in this world that doesn't have some flaw within it.
Yeah,
that's why when people are like, "Oh, it's 10," that means it's perfect. No, it just means it's the pinnacle of the medium, or the genre, or what have you. Because there's nothing truly flawless. Because if you go through let's just say there's some game out here that has 300 hours worth of content. If one character has 4 fingers instead of 5, and it's not a story reason, it's just a bug, it is now no longer 10 out of 10, even if every other bit of the content is 10 out of 10. That one thing makes it 9.9 infinity out of 10. It's goofy.
Just like Spree time skips so much, maybe he should make a video or 50 about it. I would love it. I would love to see it.
He privated all his videos!
But just to see how much he would accept and brush off, just completely ignore the bad stuff. Like he's doing with this. He's just highlighting the bad stuff and ignoring the good stuff. Just to be like, nah, it's a downfall.
That clap face is so... I love Judge's face. Oh! I love it. Alright, we're out of here. We're streaming again on Saturday. We'll probably start earlier so we can try to either get through a large chunk of this.
Man.
Somebody said in the Discord or one of the comments or something that he does just like 4 minutes straight of an anime clip.
I saw that.
So that was
in the Nami part.
Yeah, so there's time where we could just whoosh through this. But we did almost an hour, 55 minutes.
Yeah. And what was that, 4 hours essentially?
Yeah, about that. 3.5 or so. which isn't.
So we
bad.
probably can't bang that out in a stream then.
No, we're probably gonna need to. And if that's the case, we can start a little later. We could probably do 5 hours then, and then another 5-hour ball, and that should just about do it. That should just about do it. Oh, but that would bleed into viewer request month. We'll probably do a weekday stream then. Another weekday stream. Get another 4 or 5 hour ball out of there.
Maybe Sunday?
No, I have 2 fantasy drafts on Sunday.
No Sunday.
We can do Monday. I don't mind.
I'm just wondering what's best for the people.
You people!
And I just don't want to do it as well. And I also just want to get this done with as soon as possible.
It's always hard because you don't want to do it, but you don't want to come back to it. You don't want the cloud looming over you.
You don't want to do it, but you don't want to not do it.
It's like pulling out a splinter in your hand. Like, you know it's going to hurt.
It's got to get done.
But it's got to come out. All right, let's stop coming to these.
Yeah. And shove off as well.
Oh, yeah. Let me play the clip. I think that's just going to be our end screen from that one. Yeah, I'll probably make a scene. I want to do one for in between. So it's not just an awkward cut from the music into whatever we're doing. But I just have no clue what we would do there. Yep, y'all about to get shove off, and then y'all can shove off. I need...
Alfonso Rodriguez says, "Are you guys finished with the video?"
4 hours. Okay, yeah, we're done in 4 hours. You've been here for long enough. You know what's up.
You know what the diggy is. You know we're not done. We are crazy people.
And Drizzt is really bad.
And Drizzt is really bad. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. And he didn't feel bad before, but now he's just feeling so bad.
Tell them they can shove off.
It's the dramatic sting.
There's no...
Tell them they can shove off.
Just the big gruff voice. The fact that he's saying shove off and then the dramatic sting. Oh, it's perfect. 4Kids was hitting their stride when they were just like, no.
Tell them they can shove off.
What are all the alerts I have?
Oh, hell no. Bro, because I don't give a fuck, it's cartoons. Bro, because I don't give a fuck, it's cartoons.
What up, cuh? You find me?
Yeah, nah, so what's up? At that time, I'm like, shit, I need to put out some content. Hallucinations? Oh my god, that is so cap.
I'll tell you how I became the undisputed king of slander. In West Pennsylvania, born and raised, reading manga in my rooms where I spend most of my days.
Down slightly in the beginning with the end.
In West Pennsylvania, born and raised, reading manga in my rooms where I spend most of my days.
He 100% slowed that down.
In West Pennsylvania, born and raised, reading manga in my rooms where I spend most of my days.
Down. And he's still woefully offbeat. Duff is he doing?
I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, "We hereby dub you, Drizzt the drag down."
I need that money. I need that money. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis.
Tip me.
Unsubscribe.
Oh, that's
A bunch of
bombs.
Alfonso Rodriguez says, "Play the Monkey Gang rap."
No!
Oh no, that thing. Ew.
What's wrong with that?
That was during the
Oh, the last stream
Yeah.
where... No!
what was that dude's name? For Neverworld. Yeah. I don't think that was his music. He had the Ultra Instinct Goku rap or something like that.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
Eventually, I am going to set up a sound for the community for you guys to play with your channel points. And it's only going to be available on this screen when we're done with so we don't get interrupted with, "You find me, cub," while we're trying to revisit a video.
And all the single furries.
Did you add all the single furries to that? I can. I don't know why I would, but I can.
That would actively drive people away. That should, yeah. Stop coming to these. All the single furries. All the single furries.
We should start with shove off and then end with all the single furries. But yeah, oh, dude.
If you like it, you should have put a leash on it.
We need to do a cringe stream where it's just us, me, you, Chris, and at least one other person. And the first person to cringe, they're just like some type of punishment. Eating a bean or something, one of the extreme beans or something.
It'd be a rough stream.
I'm not playing the monkey rap.
I was watching the vibe of that stream earlier. It was a good one. Only the real ones know.
Alright, yeah, stop
that's
some
it.
of these.
That's it. We're done. Or come back Saturday or not.
No,
okay.
stop coming to these.
Yeah, the Drizzt ones you can shove off on those.
You can tell them they can shove off.
Tell them they can shove off.